shadows gather and the dark skies weep, the quiet saviors of Emon do not sleep. Defenders of Whitestone, their banner unrolled, divine champions of prophecy foretold, stewards of vestiges, ancient and bright, they stand as a shield in the gathering night. Foes of the betrayers, bound by a vow, the aurora concordant is answering now. For the hero is found, not in glory or crown, but in standing to fight when the darkness comes down. Through the fire and the thunder, the shadow and stone, they carry the light, so we walk not alone.
Better jungles. This is fine, I guess. Screen share. Oh, I'm already doing it. Isn't that great? Okay, guys, welcome back. Welcome back, team. It's time to play the game, yeah. What have we got here? What's his name? Okay, recap, coming in hot. You guys were inside the earth, making your way down to Emberhold, the city of the Duergar that was once assailed by Vox Machina some 20 years ago, and by, in classic adventure kind of, whoops, you're in our way, burnt down the city, killed the monarchs, and, fucked off. You guys on the approach received a message from Sarge, who is our dwarven leader of Red Zeds, baby! And asked you guys to come to help out Zarval post-haste. There's some big news. You guys, the Aurora Concordant, not one to leave a friend in need, teleported to the jungles of the Riffinmus Peninsula, where Zarval was scouting out a forward kind of probing force. Was like, okay, noted. Note down the troop movements, maybe deal with it later, and see how things are going. You guys appeared and were like, "Fuck everybody!" You simplified the matter. That's to be sure. To which Zarval was like, "What the hell are you guys doing here? It's great to see ya." And didn't really know why you were here. You guys made your way back to the camp of Zarvalg and Red Zeds. And I gotta say, I'm very proud of the party name, Red Zeds. Every time I say it, I'm like, you did good, Ryan. You did good. Some of the best world building you've ever done. Anyway, you guys made your way back to these sort of ruins within the jungle. A little bit of a forward camp where it was revealed that Red Zeds had captured is a strong word, rather was surrendered to by a hobgoblin by the name of Zundak, who has a rather unique affiliation with the Iron Authority. He is the heir to the Iron Authority throne. He is the son of the Iron Emperor, and claims to have left due to misgivings and uncertainties regarding the sort of cruelty surrounding the Iron Authority, and with some curiosity about the outer world, he left, to which he was captured. He did share with you guys some information. And as far as insight checks go from Zarvog, he seems to be pretty interested in this opportunity. Zundak put forth his one request is that he would not be turned over to the Orient Elves. In their care, he would simply be a convenient prisoner, a possible hostage to be exchanged, admittedly powerful bargaining chip against the Iron Authority, but nonetheless a bargaining chip, and he would not be able to um, learn more about the outer world and possibly understand it better. To which Zarvog said he had no intentions of turning him over to the Orion Elves, and was a kind enough host. All of you were a kind enough host to this young hobgoblin, a little younger than Zarvog. And that is where we will pick up the adventure today. You guys certainly have your adventure to attend to, but this has been a most interesting development. I received Zarvog's notes, so I'm gonna. So I heard he might be appearing today, so that's okay. I gotta play this out. So we can play this out. I will play Zarvog, but I will do it with respect to what he has sent. So let's take it from there, folks. Sarge will kind of, put his hand on the table and goes, "So what we think? Could be a trap. I don't feel like it is, but I mean that's what all good traps feel like."
Well, I have a couple ideas. The first is this place secure enough for us to sleep for one night?
Um, who'll speak up? I'll say Clouds will. She's going by Clouds now. She'll say, "We're fairly confident. The force that Zarvog was scouting, and all of you dispatched, was a forward probing strike. They were essentially gaining information on the front line for their advance. With that gone, it'll take some time for them to recuperate. We could easily get some sleep here, maybe a day, maybe two, before we should remove ourselves."
I think a single night would be fine. I have something in mind, and if it works, perhaps we should take the prince back with us, include him in our mission. Remember?
I'll say, who's that? Perrin says, "On your journey to Emberhold." Yeah. I'll have to excuse me. I talked to Alistair, and he keeps a close eye on you guys. You want to take him to Emberhold?
I think it might be interesting.
That seems very dangerous.
Well, he wants to see what we're doing. He wants to see who we're fighting. He wants to know why we do what we do. Seems the easiest way. We can't very well leave him anywhere and disclose his identity because they would use him as a hostage, and we can't just let him go because he'll be taken.
Great.
Above the table, this was Zar's idea.
This was Zar's idea? Okay.
Yeah, above the table, this is what Aaron.
Yeah, and then if this is your idea, like absolutely. But the NPCs though will certainly they'll certainly look at each other skeptically. Two Fangs, who's always been the brunt, not one to lie or obscure what he's thinking. He says, "You want to turn this young hobgoblin against his father, yeah?"
Well, now, I want him to see the brutalities we're fighting.
He's seen brutality. Why he leaves the Iron Authority? What does he gain by seeing more of it? Or potentially delivering him into the hands of whoever lives in Emberhold? Maybe we take him, show him the free. He wants to know more about free people and goodness and whatever. Let's show him.
Okay. The reason
Just
it no, it's perfectly valid. I think that all things should be discussed. I think he's been raised with this idea that there's this, like, he's got this manifest destiny, like he's stronger and he's been brought up a certain way and that he's supposed to have these things, yeah? I suppose I wanted to introduce him to his allies. Um, I wonder if he could see who they are, if it would help him clarify his position on might makes right and such. But you are correct. If he was to see more of the people that he's helping, maybe that would be more wiser. Anyone else want to weigh in? I'll shut up.
Cool. Perrin Brill, who, being a blood hunter, fire with fire sort of thing, kind of nods as it could be dangerous, but there might be merit. Might help him grow stronger. Help him see what different worlds have been grown up. But Two Fang will, of course, conflict. He says, "Takes balls to leave everything you've ever known, and he's already done that. Maybe he needs to know the spirits of the good people if he's going to fight for them one day. That's our intention." Sarge goes, but what if it's a threat? I mean, letting him look around Amon or letting him look around Western or whatever, it could be dangerous if he reports back.
Well, if we're taking him to Emberhope, I don't know if you've ever been, like, he wouldn't spend a whole lot of time in Craghammer. We're going under Craghammer, actually.
No, I was sorry, I was addressing Two Fang. He's saying
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
take
I'm
him
sorry.
around Amon and Western and all these places he wants to see. I'm thinking about the security risk. I mean, what if they recapture him, or what if he decides he doesn't like the Tal'Dorei Republic and the Iron Authority actually does have it right? He returns home to Daddy and tells him everything.
I'll do the prince the favor of not underestimating his talents. But there's far greater risk to himself of pulling a trap on us than you. And all of you have numerous other things to worry about rather than worrying about if this ally that you have is an ally or a prisoner that you're waiting to betray you. Not saying that Emberhold doesn't have its difficulties, but if push came to shove, I like our chances over him rather than your chances over him and whatever force he can amass right next to the allies that he's leaving now.
Nods, absolutely. Okay, Soul Knight, or actually Whisper Knight will say, "Here's another idea. Why don't we take him to Western? I mean, you guys wanted us in Western originally. He gets the chance to see, how good everybody is. And he was, raised to be a warlord? I mean, Western wouldn't suffer to have a potential military advisor. And he'd also, of course, get to see all the
Positively.
Trying to kill us. Sorry.
Absolutely, positively not. There is only one choice of place that is sufficiently safe and absolutely zeros the impact risk. And
Plus, apparently, there's eyes
and
all
I'm
along.
and I'm the one saying it. He should go to Vasselheim. If he wants to know about the cradle of this civilization and he wants the counter messaging, there is no other place that makes sense. No offense, but if he is a plant, if we have read his intention wrong, anywhere here is a potential problem. Whether it's Craghammer, whether it's Western, whether it's Amon, it's all a problem because it's too reasonably proximal to the Iron Emperor and his authority. Vasselheim puts him out of reach of his former place. It is a place that is absolutely steeped in an anti-Bane message. If there is any place, it should be there.
Sarge and Sergeant Two Fangs kind of nod at us. They're like, "Yeah, sounds good." I think Cloud Bloom might as well. Whisper Knife will say, "There's a flip side to that, though. I mean, what if we meet him? What if you guys aren't available to just teleport from continent to continent? He's going to be stuck on another continent when he might be an important asset at a certain point as well."
And there's something else. I don't think he's looking for religious wisdom. I think he's looking for practical. We know they're coming. Why aren't we preparing? From a day-to-day person, I think he wants to see people. Again, I don't want to drop him off anywhere. I mean, we're going to be his babysitters for all intents and purposes.
Sarge says, I mean, I don't want to imply anything, but, I mean, you told us to stay in Western, we came here, we'll do whatever Zarvok says, but, I mean, this lad, and whatever he decides to do, feels very important. I mean, I don't see why we couldn't be his, escort, as he, wherever he gets sent. We can keep an eye on him.
It definitely shouldn't be Western. I don't think I've addressed this yet, which is my bad. We have too many eyes on us in Western. I've been made aware. So not there.
Aaron Brill says, the Claret Order is pretty active in Western. I mean, they can be eyes in the dark and keep an eye on them. But, I mean, you might be right. No, you know things I don't.
But we want to make sure that his father doesn't find his location. And we do know that the IA has a number of spies in Western. We were told that. That doesn't mean we can't take him to Amon, or to Lyrengorn even, you know.
Two Fang says, maybe Lyrengorn doesn't give the best statement to this young fellow who doesn't know anything about our world. If he shows up there, he's gonna be like, oh, nobody gives a shit about anybody else, right? Wherever we send him, we're also kind of informing his entire, experience of our world based on wherever he ends up. We send him to Amon, the City of Fellowship, he might see the Fellowship. We send him to Westren, he sees whatever's going on in Westren, right?
Yeah.
Why not give him a choice? We pick one place, not Western. My vote's Vasselheim, but we pick one place and we give him a choice. He travels with one of us because we've all agreed that he cannot just be dropped off in the woods to be left alone to do whatever he wants. He needs to be supervised, at least for now. So we pick somewhere that will do that job well. And we give him the choice. He either gets dropped off there, where we can trust the people looking after him, or he comes with one of us.
Some nods. Some nods.
He's from a society where choice isn't an option. We've shown him that it is. We sit here and decide amongst ourselves what his fate is. That sends a message as much as everything we've done up until now.
That's savvy. That's real savvy. Good thinking.
It's what you all did for me.
Red Zed's definitely, like, for the first time, are kind of all in one. Are like, yeah, no, that makes sense.
Right.
The most
So then,
spiritual of the. Sorry, go ahead.
so we're looking at giving him the choice of going to Vasselheim, staying with the Zeds, or coming with Tack.
Sarge says, well, Zeds can go with him wherever he ends up. We don't care. Whatever, or send us somewhere else, whatever you like. But I'm just saying, if you want someone trustworthy to keep an eye on him wherever he goes, we're happy to do it. Aaron Brill says, okay, fine, not Westrun. It's a war zone, fair enough. Whitestone? There's multiple members of Vox Machina there that you guys know to keep an eye on him. It's really remote. And the Chamber of Whitestone has done some good things with, what might be interesting to him is how they run their court system. It's based on rehabilitation rather than imprisonment.
Oh, that's a lovely idea.
Claridor likes it over there. It's very isolated, secret.
Except, Yvain, the last time we went up north, whatever was in the woods around Whitestone, we didn't find. We didn't find because we had to come back because Lady Vexalia was poisoned and Gwendolyn was found in a tunnel with the champion that we're going to face in Emberhold now.
No,
I could be being paranoid, and I probably am, and I fully accept that. But if these people were smart enough to realize that we were off the board within 6 months and do all of this since we've been gone, Vasselheim is the only place that I trust. It's the only place they can't touch.
But we were going to give him choice, yes?
Yeah.
So Vasselheim, Whitestone, or with us? That's a choice.
Seems reasonable.
Right? And if he goes to Whitestone, we'll be sending the Zeds with him. Trust me, there's plenty of work for you all.
They chuckle. Well, we'll find it. Don't you worry. We'll keep ourselves busy. And a sharp eye, of course. Two Fang says, there's danger no matter where we send him. And that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Whitestone is a good idea for everything you said. It's really quite good. All right, well, we should go get him and lay the choice before him and see what he wants.
Now, again, I don't want to speak for Zarval if I'm incorrect, but considering he's not always with us, and that... Oh, okay, so this would fit. So yeah, Zarval will go, yeah, wherever we send him, we'll go with him. I want to keep an eye on the kid. Make sure he's not thinking too hard on the wrong side of the ship, you know?
Actually, you'd be a good mentor for him, Zara.
Well, not whatever. I don't know how to respond to that as this character. I'll just say he kind of like looks a little bashful.
Actually,
Um,
that he would probably do.
yeah. Um, Besides, I want to know more about what he knows. If someone should be collecting information about the Iron Authority, you can pass it along. So, me and the Zeds will go with him wherever he ends up.
All right.
Um, cool. Did you guys want to bring him out?
Yeah.
Make a proposition? Okay. Whisper Knife goes and grabs him. Again, the young hobgoblin returns with the same energy of, someone who is used to having ownership of everything around him and with the prestige of his title. And now is in a very unique setting where he has the exact opposite of all that. And also comes from a place of strife and tyranny and expects that from his captors. So you see a young man with confidence, but looks in his face like he's prepared for violence or something, you know. He sits down though, very much obeying everything he's told to do, and he sits, looks around, open, but nonetheless with that defiance of someone who's ready to possibly take a broken finger or something, you know. Really unsure of what to expect from the guys this again. He will sit, and he will, he'll speak. And say, I was have come to a decision rather quickly. So what is to be my fate?
Well, it's your fate, so you should have some say in it. We thought we'd give you a bit of a choice.
See the eyes squinting, the cogs turning, like he's trying to decipher the machination behind it.
We can't just let you go, because that's going to be dangerous for you. You're going to end up being taken back to your father or taken by words. Okay? Uh, if you wish to be able to learn about the gods and the philosophies of why we do the things we do, we will take you to Vasselheim. Vasselheim is the holy city. You will be, frankly, I don't know that anyone would even know who you were there. You can tell them you are whoever you want to be. You can learn all you want. And you can probably do so with reasonable safety. Not only will you be safe from people who are trying to do you harm, you'll be an ocean away. If you wish to know more about how we relate to our people, there is a city called Whitestone. We can arrange for you to be there. Or, if you wish to know more about your father's allies, you may come with the Concordant, as we are currently hunting one of the champions. This is the champion of the god of torture, and prisoners and such.
Sounds delightful. He says with some casualness and like a half joke.
I should tell you that if it were me, I would choose Vasselheim. It is the safest, and it is where you will learn the most with the least amount of pressure, and the least likelihood that anyone would ever know who you were. The choice is yours.
That is, so I assume your objective is going to be very dangerous. When you're seeking out my allies, my father's allies, that's going to be very dangerous.
None of us are thrilled about exposing the heir to the throne to that kind of danger.
And what is this Whitestone? I've never heard of this place.
Anyone else want to say anything? Yes. I will speak forever about Whitestone.
Whitestone is a former feudal domain that has become more democratized. It is a city that has a fair mix of both religion and secular authority. They are guided on a principle of merit.
Place I started over in. I was like you.
This is a city associated with the Tal'Dorei Republic.
Indeed.
On this continent, I assume.
And one of its titular leaders is a member of the group formerly known as Vox Machina.
Do you know of these? They are considered some of your greatest champions, yes?
Yes.
Indeed. And if you happen to like
sorry, go ahead.
and if you happen to like pastry, perhaps the best bakery in Tal'Dorei is located there.
Maybe in the world.
That's something that stirs you.
Don't know what a pastry is. That sounds malevolent.
Oh, dangerous. Hold on. Because I have a I have a chicken spare claw.
a shock goes through Red Zed's and suddenly Zundek is suddenly on his suddenly reacts very defensively, like he's like, oh, I fucked up really bad. I've said something deeply offensive to their culture. He like almost winces, like he's ready to take something. I've offended your culture. I apologize.
No, we're offended you've never had a pastry.
I have 10 trinket spare claws, in fact. I have enough to share with the rest of Red Zed. And I have coffee.
You eat the claws of bears to gain their strength or something?
No, it's a pastry. Here, try some and some of this. Bear claw and coffee.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. You put that in front of him and he looks at it and goes, he looks at it and examines it, trying to find what's wrong with it. Kind of, he pulls it apart and like smells the inside. Like, goes, I don't understand. It doesn't smell like meat. Why is it the claw of the bear?
Take a bite. Like, if you think it's poisoned, I'll take a bite. Trust me, it's very good.
I am your prisoner and I have no choice. And he'll take a bite and he'll munch on it for a second. His eyes will just open up. He'll go, your lands are cultured beyond what I had ever expected.
Now, try some of it with some of the bean juice.
Bean juice. I'm familiar with
Trust me.
Beans you call. He'll. Oh, that's really bitter, actually. He's like, oh. Well, this is.
Maybe you're a cream and sugar guy. Hold on a second.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you cream and sugar him,
because I have that too.
Yeah, no, he happily takes the cream and sugar, and he'll sit there and he'll go, yeah. He's like, okay.
Is this guy?
I
Is
get
this
it.
kid ever gonna sleep again? Are we ever gonna get this?
Yeah, you see, this is really good. I like this section. He just starts lunching. He's happy.
For what it's worth, when I was in a similar position to the one you're in now, Whitestone was the first city that I stumbled upon. It's a city where I started over. They're good people to learn
Good
from.
people.
Yeah.
Good, so they are mighty warriors when you say they're good people.
They are a very hardy city, both for where they live and for what they've been through, and for everything that they've made in celebration and in spite of that.
Got it. I see. So these are barons of your civilization. They have many slaves and many resources, and
Oh no, slaves. We don't do slavery.
you don't
We
do.
don't do slavery.
What do you mean you don't do slavery?
I mean, people have a right to themselves. You don't own a person like you own a belt. It's.
I heard a rumor about this. How does your society function without a servant class?
You work.
It's called payment. You
Like to a
exchange
soldier?
gold, silver, copper like you would for a soldier, but for the person who bakes your bread or cooks your meat or provides you lodging.
I see. Is this why your republic can't afford to host an army? Because you are paying your slaves?
No, I don't think that's why we don't have an army.
Sarge goes, this will
not-
probably take a minute to get him up to date on how the economy works where we're from. We'll be sure to cover that Sunday.
Actually, Whitestone might be the perfect place because of, and she'll look at Yvain because Kira's land memory is very foggy. So anytime she says anything that's happened on land, she just looks at one of you like, right, great. So she looks at Yvain and goes like the Briarwoods because she remembers them talking about it in Whitestone, but I don't know, vampires. What are they?
There are vampires in Whitestone.
Not anymore.
And Whitestone actually has a standing military.
Yes, they do.
See. I'm
And
sorry, I
they're-
may have misheard. Are they ruled by vampires? These Briarwoods?
No, the Briarwoods were vampires, and they are no longer. They are no longer. I think. I think. I think they. I think
as
they were dispatched.
thoroughly as Vox Machina could make it.
Ah, I see. Well, I think the answer grows more obvious to me. I thank you for your choice, but I would like to go to the source of these bear claws and come to understand them. Also, it also is important to culturally understand Tal'Dorei beyond your Vasselheim sounds good, but I don't learn much of Tal'Dorei across an ocean, so perhaps this Whitestone and in your Vox Machina might be educational.
And the other piece of information that you may be lacking is that a good deal of the military forces of Tal'Dorei were completely destroyed during the assaults from the Chroma Conclave. And
Heard of the Chroma Conclave, yes.
I am sure you're aware that it takes time to build a military force. It takes time and resources, and those things don't happen quickly or overnight.
Of course.
That's ongoing. They first had to deal with making places livable again and getting the roads and avenues for commerce secure, so they could then have the tax revenue to foster, hiring and training mercenaries and standing armies and those sorts of things. And it's an ongoing effort.
I see. You see him grow quiet at your explanation. He said he was trained to be a warlord, and he is also a prince, and you know that he certainly has whatever things forming in his head, but he's quiet and doesn't enter debate or anything of the like. Respectfully listens. Sarge says, "All right, well, I'll start if we're all in agreement then. Start making preparations for a journey to Whitestone. It'll take some time, but we'll get there.
No, it won't. It will be immediate.
I didn't want to insist, but happily take.
Don't want to keep the prince in this area of the world if we can move him elsewhere quickly.
You see Zundak kind of smile and nod with an appreciation. Says, "I see your people understand the conduct of noble prisoners and rhetoric and etiquette for that. This very speaks well to you and your people."
Well, thank you, but if you don't want to get captured by your father, the further away we get you, the better.
He smirks and he says, "I appreciate that. I will also remind that we find ourselves at the very edge of the front line. I evaded my forces well enough, I admit. Yours caught me by surprise."
Well, this particular group is nothing if not surprising.
Yes, what I've been taught of your the Orion Elven tactics and your mercenaries, very adventuring groups are notoriously wild-carded when it comes to their tactics.
Well, that's true. Your Highness, it is likely that the intelligence services of Tal'Dorei will eventually learn that you have gone missing. Might I suggest you consider a cover story for who you are? Something that would be easy for you to remember. But something that you can do.
Understood. I can go by a fake name, perhaps. My face is not well known outside the Iron Authority. I've never left the Iron Authority, so I shouldn't be recognizable to anyone other than the people around here or agents of the Iron Authority.
I would hesitate to make the following suggestion. If Zarvog and Red Zed are going to go and remain with you in Whitestone, perhaps you should become a member of Zarvog's company, and you can be adventurers seeking a contract. There is ample work and opportunity to troubleshoot in about the area of Whitestone. It would give you not only cover but an opportunity to see things how they run without any external artifice as far as civility and behavior is concerned.
That was my original plan, traveling north. If I hadn't been captured, I had no intentions of revealing myself. I want to see your world. I want to understand it authentically. Part of my reason, I think, why I chose this Whitestone place. It's unknown to me. You good to go with no preconceived notions? I
You 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 should
approve.
be careful while you're there, particularly if you go on walkabout. It can become easy to become lost and not end up back at Whitestone. Could end up in, you know, someplace untoward like Stillman.
Rude.
Uh, well done, well done. Yeah, Zarborg laughs for sure. He definitely like belly laughs at that. Uh, uh, Zundaka was initially like, "Oh, that's good advice," and then kind of realizes he missed something. Zarborg says, "Yeah, don't worry. This kid isn't going to be doing anything alone. Good news is there's miles and miles and miles of forest between Whitestone and anywhere else populated. So if he happens to go missing," and he kind of looks at Zundak as he says that, "well, we'll just hunt him down. Should be pretty easy."
Good luck with everything that lives in the woods around Whitestone.
Zarvol looks at you with a smile and says, "Well, it helps that a friend of a friend who's a big scary moon wolf, don't I?"
It should. It should. He should be around. He's he's a lot like you, actually, very cantankerous.
I don't know what that means, but I like it. Um, you know, Zundak says, "Well, I certainly approve of this plan. Sounds like exactly the experience I'm seeking. Uh, very well. I will join your Red Zeds for the time being. I'm not incapable of martial skill, but uh, he kind of says, but I think Whitestone may be the best choice. So I will go." Sarge says, "All right, we'll start packing camp. Zeds, let's get to it. Um, hey, Two Fangs." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "You're the babysitter right now." I goes, "Fine." And Two Fangs will just kind of hang out beside him. Sarge says, "Well, if we're taking him to Whitestone, we're going to trust him around Whitestone. Time to get started on this whole trust thing. Take his manacles off." Two Fangs kind of gives Sarge a last look of like, "Are you sure?" He goes, "Go on." Two Fangs will shrug and undo the manacles. Zundak stands up and will rub his wrists. And then he runs off into the no. He just stands and kind of waits respectfully. Sarge gives him back his sword, which is actually he goes to give him back his sword. And he kind of looks at the sword. While it's not, it might be magical. It would be very easy to confuse it as something magical because it's a very very nice sword. Not good enough for a prince, but certainly good enough for like a warlord or like a lieutenant or something like that. He kind of looks at Zundak, and Zundak goes, "Our weapons and arms are exclusively made of the Emperor's iron. So I didn't really have much of a choice in which weapons I picked for something that's we'll find you something. We'll keep this to the side for now." And then they hand him like a standard shorts. They like sling him a standard short sword and says, "Get you something better when we get there." And they just start packing up camp. Should take a couple minutes, but in the meantime, you guys are welcome to, I don't know, say anything you wish to say, any sort of final preparations you'd like to make before the camp is pulled down, and you guys take Zundak and the Red Zeds to Whitestone.
The only thing that I will take time to do is find out if Zendak is carrying any coin from the Iron Authority. I want to make sure that I swap that out with comparable stuff which is not from the Iron Authority.
Got it.
Because I would
Um,
imagine all of that is, has the Emperor's face on on one side and the symbol of Bane on the other. So
absolutely.
yeah, no. Let's
Uh, yeah, no, very, very wisely put. They've already had him take off his armor, which was again made of the Emperor's iron, as it's being apparently dubbed. So they take off his sword, they take off his armor. You very intelligently look in his coin purse, and you'll find that the coinage seems to be exclusively of Emperor's iron. They have a symbol, a single type of coin currency, it seems, of various sizes. So whereas you guys have gold, silver, and copper, they have special. He will tell you the goblin names for things, and you're like, okay, I'll forget that. But essentially, it's like there's a big coin, and that's worth more than the medium coin, which is worth more than the little coin. And yeah, you can swap that out. In fact, Zarvok says he doesn't need currency. He needs anyone who will buy it for him. And yeah, but he hands over the coin, and yeah, you go through his stuff, and you find. I think that would be it. The only things that would be very sort of like jarring, like you're from the Iron Authority, would be anything made of metal, which you take from him, which is his coins, his armor, and his weapons. Um, Everything else is surely made from the Iron Authority, but carries no symbols of them, and just kind of look exotic. And that would be just like his standard clothes and like his hood, and that much will pass just fine. No one will recognize anyone. There's no symbology, whatnot. And absolutely. I'll tell you what, Zarvok's will ask Zundak a couple questions, which I'll have done now because he said he wanted to ask these guys, and I figure you guys might want the information anyway. So Zarvok says, all right, kid, before we go, I want you to tell me 4 things. He goes, all right. So, does the Iron Authority, how much does the Iron Authority know about the Republic, about what's going on up north? Zundak says, a fair amount. There is certainly a buffer of information between the Orient elves and what's before, but we have taken many slaves from I'm going to start saying, I've taken many slaves from the Orion elves, from the various mercenary bands that have joined up with the Orion elves. And from then we get some information. We're aware that a member of the jungle mercenaries is being considered for your master of war. I don't know her name off the top of my head. We know much. Information is power when it comes to war. We know that Jork lands are deeply indebted, and that you have no great standing military and have not actually come to the aid of Singorn or the Orion Elves or anything of the like. Essentially, you're what a lot of the people in the Iron Authority says that Tal'Dorei doesn't have any teeth. Maybe that's misinformation, but as far as we know, you have no standing military. Zarvog does not confirm or deny. He goes on. He says, what is the plan with the Iron Authority? How do they intend to hit Tal'Dorei? Zundak kind of looks with a bit of like a bit of a grin of satisfaction. It's clear not in the Iron Authority itself, but maybe in his own knowledge of war, in which he says, there's only 2 ways to fight a war. Either you have superior numbers or you have inferior numbers. When you have superior numbers and military and strength, which is what the Iron Authority have, you hit them in a frontal attack. They intend to march to Amon, take it, and then take everything else in the way. Because we have a stronger military presence than you by far. There's no pressure points or special strategy. It's roll over Tal'Dorei with our greater numbers and strength. No reason not to.
Theoretically, if there were a mass gathering of very strong warriors who don't fear death march south, Would that put a damper? Would that? How would that be responded to?
That's not nearly enough of information for me to adequately give you a reply. I would need to know their numbers, their strengths, if
Would
you could just tell me
Dreiser know?
numbers. Go ahead.
Would Dreiser know how many people were trying to gather at the Gods Brawl to march south with her
I would
when she was
say
organizing that?
of people present at the God's Brawl arena, who have like come forth to join in. I'd say maybe like a couple hundred, maybe like 200-300, not like of faithful warriors who have come forward to do something. Not an insignificant host. People who pray to the god of war need to come forward when a time of war is called, or else you might as well not be faithful to the god of war. Otherwise, your faith is complete bullshit. So, at the calling of like, we need to do something, many people have come forward of the faith. So if you tell him that, like 200 or 300, like proud warriors, he'd say, it would certainly stall, I think. I wouldn't rely upon it bringing victory. It could, it could stall. If you're looking for my edge with tactics, the Iron Authority, you need to fight with the school of war that comes with having inferior numbers. You don't fight upfront battles, you fight like wolves. You fight from the side. You fight, you hit and run, you harass, you hit supply lines. That's how you fight when you have inferior numbers. So it depends if your 300 warriors comes in beating their chests and hits the front lines, in which case, yeah, they're going to get massacred. If they can fight from the side, they can certainly stall for time, maybe even have a couple of victories. But I don't think 200 or 300 warriors is going to make the difference. My suggestion, I don't want to get too into it. I don't know a lot about what resources you have in Tal'Dorei, but you need to put together a significant force. You need to call upon and unite your people to even have a start. If you just send your 200 or 300 people in, they might stall, but they're not going to win. You might want to try and join them up with more forces that you can muster together. That's my labored answer. So if you're, all in all, if you're going to send them south, don't send them barreling into the front line. It'll be a waste of resources.
No. We may be followers of the God of War, but some of us have learned tactics versus brute strength.
Well, good. That's not what I've come to believe. That's good to hear. Zarvolg will then say, is there some deadline for the Iron Authority which they're waiting for? To which Zundak says, I think there was. At one point, we were consolidating. You said that Tal'Dorei needed to consolidate after the Chroma Conclave and rebuild and everything. While you were rebuilding from the dragon attack, the Iron Authority was mustering their armies. And even when it became very apparent that there would be victory, we kept consolidating and waiting. And then my father had some visitors. I don't know who they were. But after a rather short meeting, he declared that the time to advance had come. And this was a couple of months ago. He was clearly waiting for something, or word of something to happen, and apparently he got it. So now we're marching. As of now, I'm not aware of any timetable. The general orders amongst the warlords has been forward, without relent.
Did you see the visitors, or did you just know that they came?
I know that they came, but I was never introduced to them. There was no grand reception as there would be with many guests. They were brought in somewhat I wouldn't even say secretly, but certainly without any pageantry. They were brought in to meet my father, and I didn't even see them leave. They were
Did you get a look at either of them?
uh, they were medium-sized humanoids. They came. Let me think. If I had to guess, one of them might have been a tiefling. Might have. That's a very hard might.
Okay.
But it was a very small number of individuals. It couldn't have been more than 5. There was no major retinue. My father has had large public receptions of individuals, and what was that? 5? I heard 5. No.
Did the tiefling by any chance have a spear?
No spear, no weapons that I could make out. They wouldn't have been allowed to have met with my father with heavily armed. No, they came rather simply. Again, no I wasn't even introduced to them. I'm the heir to the throne.
Interesting. All right.
Zarvok says, all right. Last question. When I was at the Iron Authority, this was around the time of the Chroma Conclave. So, how have they evolved since then? Yes. So that would be most of my lifetime. After you left, I mean, much. They've spent the entire time building an engine of war, mining and smelting down the armor of the iron, or of the Strife Emperor, building that military strength. Their strongholds in the mountain are each and every one of the 5 of them are monstrous fortresses. We still have much of the Iron Emperor's, or excuse me, much of the Strife Emperor's armor to spare, and yet we have armed and our entire military with his armor, and still have had plenty enough to create currency out of it. We rarely mine from the mountain, but we do. I would say it's grown significantly. It would take a long time for me to describe the entire evolved culture of my people from the day of my birth to now. I don't think that's an answer I could give in one sitting, even if I wanted to. Not to say I don't want to, it's a big question. I mean, like me asking you to tell me everything about the Tal'Dorei Republic from the date of your birth till now and how it's evolved since then. That's a huge question.
Yes, but I think you've answered it admirably. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to continue to answer later, or in sittings. Jarlock says, we'll talk about that then. Yeah, I agree with you, mate. At which point the camp is mostly packed up. Is there any last things you guys like to do around the camp here before heading to Whitestone? All right. Then we're ready to go. There's a lot of people here. Do you guys have the spell juice to get us there?
Yvain looks around for the trees. I take it there's a tree that will serve us?
You are deep in the jungles. There's many trees that will serve. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. When the tree opens up, don't dally. You've only got 6 seconds, and you don't want to be in the tree when it closes.
Two Fangs looks down at Zundak and says, if I get a whiff that you're, not who you say you are, or you try to escape anything, I'll rip your fucking throat out. And Zundak looks at him with the look of somebody who is not unused to threats. Where he comes from, threats are probably just as common as any deals anyone might make in a royal court. So very common. And he just nods at him like, understood. It's a matter of fact, not like a scary threat. And with that, so you aim by the power of the primal forces. You pull forth the street open. Everyone steps through. Zundak goes in before a member of Red Zed's do. So he goes first, and then they do. All of you make your way through, and I can only guess that you guys will be emerging from the Sun Tree.
Yes, so.
Excellent. Got it. I'm gonna open up a little page here. We haven't been in a Whitestone in a hot minute.
It's been a minute, yeah.
All right. So this is the castle, but I think the visuals are much more important over here in World 1. Come on, there we go. Change the music too. What would be a good? Sure, why not call it? Oh, that's Tyler. You guys find yourself in a place that some of you, Dreister and Eddie, you've been to White. Yeah, you've all been to Whitestone. Yeah, you were there once, but you've been here. Yeah, so everybody's been here before. You guys come to the grand city of Whitestone. For the longest time, and even still to the common folk, a deeply isolated city that some people might not even know exists in its isolation. Like, there's probably a very fair number of individuals in Amman who don't even know about Whitestone. I don't think we all know every city within a certain radius of, our continents and whatever. And same as so, Whitestone, though an important and integral member of the Tal'Dorei Republic, is about as isolated a city as one can be. Maybe save Lyrengorn and Terra, but for an established city like Whitestone, this is pretty isolated. Off in distance, you see the beautiful white alabaster sierras, snow-tipped mountains. To the south, you see the utterly dense parchwood timberlands, a deep, dark forest filled with secrets and monsters. But now you find yourself in the big, beautiful city of Whitestone, a place that is a bastion of defense against the wilds beyond, a place that has seen the end of many dark turmoils, a home to members of Vox Machina themselves, and, a dignified city with a long past. The Castle of Whitestone stands tall off in the distance at the back of the hill, and people generally make their way around here. For all of the fear and turmoil surrounding the Iron Authority and its ascension forward, the common folk does not worry about that. If it is news to be shared, it is news happening in a very remote part of the world. And here in Whitestone, these would be the last people to have to worry about such a thing. While certainly in the Chamber of Whitestone they debate such matters, the common folk wander around with smiles on their face. Children are well fed, play in the streets as they will. Though it is a little chill in the air, it is nice enough that you don't have to wear a thick coat. And there is a dignity to this place, a dignity, a happiness, and maybe out here in the town square is there the smell of more bear claws from the nearby Slayer's Cake. Whitestone is a fine city, I've come to. And as much as I give this intro to all of you, this is certainly the intro that you first had when you came here, and the intro that Zundak is receiving. As he sort of looks around, he sees the gentle rolling of smoke coming from chimneys. The way the city is not built as like a military alliance, essentially. This is not a militaristic city. This is a fine place to live, where homes are not made of iron and stone. They're made of wood, but timber, maybe brick, and this big beautiful tree right in the dead center. It's a very, very different place than what Zundak is used to. He looks around with awe. This place is probably as alien to him as, say, Byrongor might have been a completely and unique, different culture that he has never seen, never known, never even heard of. Some children kind of run by playing with a ball, and he kind of watches them run by with uncertainty and utter curiosity. And people plying their wares openly in the streets. Yes, over here, tapestries from Amon. Come, come. Someone else might say, fine tunics. The weather's coming. Come get your coats. He sees a variety of humanoids wandering around from, of course, the usual demographic of mostly humans, but there are half-elves, there are dwarves, gnomes, what have you, wandering around, and he looks at all of these cultures, whereas here, these people would be slaves in the Iron Authority. They are the main demographic, which is to be expected, but still strange to see. While he's taking this all in, Zarvog will have a quiet moment with all of you guys, quickly say, so what do you think? Should we tell the Chamber of Whitestone that we're here? Maybe give a heads up to the Rolos, let them know?
I have every intention of stopping by and scheduling a brief chat with Percival while I am here, and I can certainly do that. I've got a request from my patron, which I need to bring to Lord de Rolo's attention.
Got it. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know what the right choice was there, so I'll leave it on your hands then. Meantime, I'll take the kid and the Zeds, and we'll find somewhere to rest up. Or at least, get a place for the long term. Sarge, who's standing nearby, as usually is, he says, leave it to me. I'll secure us a bunkhouse or something for Garrison. So Arbok says, take it. He just looks, he's like, it's okay. Just the tavern's fine. Right. And Sarge will go wandering off to go find a tavern group staff. Cool. You guys find yourself in Whitestone. Zarvolg, Sarge, and the rest of Zeds are keeping an eye on Zundak, as will bear their charge henceforth. That's not a concern of yours anymore. But you might want to look around Whitestone. You guys are certainly free to do as you please now. You can take Zundak with you guys to go somewhere, or conversations, people of interest to speak to, or pastries, whatever you want. So let me know what those things are. What would you like to do around Whitestone, if anything?
As previously stated, I need to try to go get a few minutes with Lord de Rolo.
Absolutely. All right, excellent. Ember, you begin to head that way. I'll say Red State. Zarvolk. I guess Red's kind of his title in his own group now, but nonetheless, Zarvolk. He will stay with Zundak and Zeds, unless called elsewhere. And you can begin to make your way over there, Ember, absolutely. Did anyone want to go with Ember, or did you have your own plans, folks? Yeah. Dryson, you wanted to go with?
Dryce is gonna go because she wants to speak to the lady of the house.
Are we referring to Lady DeRolo Zexalia or someone else? Yeah, okay, understood.
No, yes.
All right, then you two make your way up to Whitestone Castle. It is, as ever, it would be fair to say it's a bit gothic in style, but there's no roiling smoke or the feign of some dark power. It's nothing like that. The architecture surely speaks to that like, but you guys make your way up there. The Pale Guard is present. Not necessarily recognizing you, but you ask for an audience, to which briefly you wait, and then you are received. You enter into Castle Whitestone, in which you will both be... you might both be met by both of them. Did you guys want to have, like, separate audiences? Was that the idea?
I I just have something that I need to bring before Percival, but if both of them are there, that's fine by me. I don't much care.
I don't think Drystrand would care. It's just, I think separate topics is what Ember has something different than what Drystrand needs to say.
Absolutely. Um, yeah, no worries. There's a bit of a wait, but the door eventually opens to the greeting chamber, and you are going to see the aged but ever sharp and keen of mind Percival de Rolo. I'm not doing the whole spiel. I've enough said. And Lady Vixalia will enter as well. Both will enter. Lady Vixalia holding herself with um, as much charm and elegance as you had seen her 2 years ago. Um, and Percival entering as well. He will immediately approach you, Ember, and shake your hand and say, "Ah, Mr. Van Zyl, I had heard you had returned to the land of the living in recent years. I see
It,
the circumstances surrounding your death were greatly exaggerated."
they were indeed, Lord de Rolo.
Very good, very good. And he'll say, "And Lady Varnos, welcome back to our home. Um, let us have a walk, Ember. Let us have a walk." And
Certainly.
he will, yeah, and he'll take you aside. And Vexalia would have done the greeting as well. My apologies. Vexalia would have said, "Of course, good to see you again. We've sorely missed the heroic importance in Amon." And as you're sort of taken away, Ember, we will start with you. The meeting with Rise from surely happened. He takes you to the massive banquet hall, and you guys just kind of sit at the end of the table together, and he'll pour you both like a glass of some high-end amber liquid, which I'm sure is like whiskey or something like that. Say, so I'm aware of the crux of things. Rarely in our line of work do we find ourselves brought to places for the pure enjoyment of companionship. I am sure that there is a purpose that has brought you to Whitestone.
I am here on a twofold purpose. Uh, I I feel the need to give some backstory. Um, I am beholden to a patron, and
Uh,
a patron not native to Tal'Dorei by his nature. He is a outcast, uh, more associated with the folks from Pyra. If I were to lean in a particular direction, if you gather where I'm headed. Um,
he nods quietly with the understanding of someone who does know where you're going.
um, I have periodically been tasked with a variety of different to-dos in exchange for capacity and some direction and things of that nature. One of the things that I was asked to do, and something that I had to weigh in balance, is we're aware that the champions of those best unnamed are rising and increasing their influence across Tal'Dorei. And myself and the other members of the Concordant are actively involved in bringing that to an end.
Mm.
Um, to that end, much like your yourselves in the time of the conclave, we have gone seeking that which is ancient. And we have been reasonably successful. I was asked by my patron to make part of my search for one of those items, something that was key and important to Avandra, in part so he could utilize it to return home. However, the situation is such that there is a larger threat to the people of Western and to the people of Tal'Dorei in general that precludes that from being an option. The When I presented that to my patron, I also presented an idea. When the champion of one of those folks invaded your own home and took I'll use the word command as opposed to control or something else of your daughter. She also made off with a particular invention of yours that had some particular planar qualities associated with it. I believe that that invention may have the opportunity to allow my patron to succeed at his goal, which is returning to the city of Brass without the need of Avandra's artifact. We're intent on finding the person who broke into your home and bringing them to closure. And I firmly suspect that we will be perhaps proximal to that device if we see it. Ideally, it probably should be returned to you. But I would beg your forbearance in that I would like to allow my patron to return home.
He thinks. It's a very dangerous predicament you find yourself in. I understand your loyalties. But as of right now, is it not the plot of the champions to attempt to disintegrate the divine gate? That's what my wife tells me.
That's what we've uncovered thus far, is they are looking to breach that to allow the betrayers to return in situ.
Well. Well. Well, this is very troubled. I would obviously find my primary recommendation is that if you find a device from my stores, you may feel free to destroy it. But I understand your loyalty to your patron. I shall not tell you what to do. You seem to me a man of good logic and of good sense. If you believe that you can trust your patron, which I'm sure I do not need to say that in most cases, that is not often the wisest choice when it comes to warlocks and their patrons. But if you trust this patron of yours, you must go forth with whatever you think is right. I give you my unequivocal permission that when you find a device and whatever you decide in the end, see it destroyed, and not be used by malign designs. You must do what you think is right, Mr. Hansen.
And
I will.
this
will
brings.
say, go ahead. You go ahead.
And but no, if you had something more on this topic, by all means, sir.
He says, well, I actually do have a slight quest. I find myself enjoying the family life, of course, but the woman who laid her filthy magic on my daughter, I would not be unhappy to be utterly certain that her evil is scourged from the world. I do not know what you intend, sir, but if at all possible, you wanted a gun at your side, I would very much like to be the one to put the bullet in her head.
We are headed to a location that you and your wife are probably already familiar with. There is a vestige located in Emberhold in
Emberhold.
the Undermountain.
Those bastards are still going after all this time.
Indeed, they are. And in fact, they have the fire giant's hammer, or so we've been led to believe.
How? See.
It is my intention to retrieve that from them.
See.
And I am a firm believer that in doing so, we will draw the attention of that particular individual. Because they are already attempting to ally with those forces in Emberhold. So I believe a confrontation is likely.
Well, I cannot be away from home for too long. But if you should wish it, or if you find yourself on her trail, this woman who laid her fingers on my daughter, you let me know when you need an extra gun.
I will certainly do so.
Then I wish you the best of luck.
And that brings me to the difficult topic that I needed to bring up with you in particular.
Oh, you haven't brought up a difficult topic just yet.
No. Particularly in light of that particular reaction. When we were here before my untimely, not quite demise, I had opportunity to have dinner and discourse with your lovely family, and I found that your daughter Vesper was a truly charming and wonderful young woman. And I'm inquiring if you have made any particular arrangements. I know that amongst certain classes of nobility that's not something that's necessarily always free to choose. Uh, and I am inquiring if there is an opportunity to pursue something in that vein so far as courtship would be concerned.
He starts initially by looking a little dumbfounded. You get the sense that this it's been a lot of doom and gloom as of late, and then it quickly turns into a laughter, a jovial laughter and he kind of puts his hand through his long hair, and he says, "Sir, if I ever had intentions of arranging my daughter to someone, it may be me at the end of the gun. So, Vesper is a woman of her own mind.
I found that indeed to be the case.
You have my blessing if you wish to court him, Valentine. Your reputation dearly precedes you, and, well, it will be her choice in the end, but if you're looking for my blessing, you have mine."
Yeah, it will absolutely be so. But I wanted to make sure that as one gentleman to another, I followed the normally prescriptive path before starting down a particular avenue, if she is indeed receptive to that.
Well, you'll lift his glass and you'll say, "Well, I wish you all the luck in the world. You're a man of good dignity. I will be interested to see how everything turns out."
I appreciate your well wishes, Lord Dunlow.
And he has a rather amused, somewhat jovial look on his face. A certain whiplash of, "We're going after the woman who laid her hands on your daughter," and he's like, "Sign me up." He's like, "Also, can I date your daughter?" It's like, whoa, that's didn't see that coming.
And that's why it was the more dangerous of the two questions.
But no, yeah, he's yeah. No, I think you're just the kind of guy that Percival would hope that his daughter might date. How Vesper receives it is another story. We will find out. I love that. That's funny. Um, Excellent. I like that. I like this part of the story. Okay. Meanwhile, Drystrin, you find yourself in the presence of Lady Vixolia. Though she does indeed carry herself with the usual dignity and the usual charm, she is not in some like courtly dress. She's actually in um, uh, like day clothes. Like she's in pants. She's in clothing that she could easily wear around the house as go running through the wilds of in the south with a bow in hand. Kind of like a noble English woman's like hunter's outfit. Still elegant, but certainly much more utility. She says, "Well, Miss Price, it's been some time. How are you, dear?"
There's a surface level answer to that, and then there's an answer that considers the entire fate of the world on my shoulders. So, yes.
I see. Well, don't take it all too seriously, dear. It'll drive you mad.
It's... One of them has already driven me mad once. I got through it.
Is there something you wanted
Lady
to talk about,
Deborah.
dear? Yes, please.
Have you gotten the letters and such that I wanted to discuss with you? If you haven't, it's all right. It would just make the backstory of this a little shorter.
I apologize, my dear. I have not received a letter as of yet. Things are, as you can imagine, very busy at the council, especially in recent days. If you wouldn't mind, I'd very much appreciate some context.
No. There are many threats on this continent, on others too, but the one to the south is growing. We currently have no one really. There is no army in Amman.
Yes, I'm well aware.
There is no defenses. I know, and that's why I want to start this off with two things. I respect you. I respect not only the warrior and all of the accomplishments you have made, but I respect that you are trying your hardest in the role that you are to fill of coin mistress. I understand that it is difficult in this world of politics, and words is not one I like to navigate. Two, I do not always say the right things with the right words. So please don't take this, any part of this, as an insult or a demand.
You see the look on her face changes. Like, she knows what's coming, and she has the look of someone who's probably heard maybe what you're going to say, like, many, many times. She says, before you say, allow me to make something very, very clear, painstaking. I can't conjure cold out of thin air, and soldiers need money to be paid for. I guarantee you I have tried everything, but all of the money has gone into the League of Miracles, and any attempts to open up trade with allies across sea have all been met with calamity. Ambassadors seem to just not be able to make it across the ocean. If you have some knowledge of a significant source of income that is on our doorstep, I would very much like to know.
I was not. I understand. If the treasures are. If there's no coin, there is no coin. That is not. There are soldiers, there are warriors who would fight, who would stand without coin.
Yes, the Stormlords people.
Every day. Yes. Not just us, if I'm sure. And this is the part where I may seem a little disrespectful. I am going to, every chance I get. Maybe not at the top of my lungs, but I will ask and pray for aid. Any of the swords who can stand for us. I am scared, Lady Dorolo. I have not been this terrified since my home fell when I was 3 years old. And in my heart, in my bones, in everything I stand for, refuse to let anyone in the city that I now call home feel that again. That fear. So I am more here to say that I am going to start as best as I can amassing followers and anyone who is willing, of course, on our side, to fight for us that they do. I can't stand seeing us defenseless. But also, the council needs to get its head out of its ass. It just does.
On that, you have my firm agreement. And frankly, you have my firm agreement on most of everything pretty much everything you said. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's time to take a different approach in all of this. You've given me much to think about, Lady Varms. Where do your missions take you yet? Where do you go now? I assume you're not just a free agent right now looking for work.
Not currently, no. We are once again in the depths of the earth, traveling to a place I believe you have been to before, Emberhold, yes?
Those Duergar shits are still stirring up trouble.
Oh no, it's bad. They're getting closer to Craghammer. They maybe have a very powerful vestige of the Betrayers in their city, and everyone there is on edge because some of their political stuff is dancing around. I don't know.
Well, then I will tell you what. Before I was the coin mistress, I was pretty damn good at being a ranger, at finding things. Maybe it's time to stop relying on what isn't working, which is the coin. So you give me some time, Dryasford Varmus. You give me some time, and I will see about finding us some allies who maybe could be convinced to join the fight, regardless of whatever politics are harboring itself in the mall. So, when you're done with Emberhold, and if you truly wish to pursue this, you wish to pursue gathering forces to fight the Iron Authority, you mean it?
Yes.
I do as well. So I will tell you this. When you return, face your trials, and become the Earthbreaker. I know, I've heard the politics. I'm Lady Vexalia Dorolo, damn it. I know that everybody is whispering about either you or this Zarvold person, but I know he's not interested. He's too flighty. You are an actual cleric of the Stormlord and a monk into his power. You have the potential to unite the Stormlord's people into a cause. So, if you're serious about this, then if you put your money where your mouth is, and you undertake your trials and become the Earthbreaker, I will put my money where my mouth is, and I will give you people to go find and rally to the cause, while I still try and figure out this coin mess. Are we in agreement?
It's an awful mess, really, but yes.
It is a terrible mess, it's true. But I need to find coin legally. So, it's a damn shame. If only we half the time I wish I could find a way to it would be a grand relief to find out that the League of Miracles were actually all criminal bastards and we could take the coin back from them. But that's not the case. So, we must defer to reality. So, you go fuck up Emberhold, undertake your trials, and then we will rally ourselves what we can from Tal'Dorei. I already have some ideas.
Deal.
Deal. She'll shake her head, if you're willing to. So, very well. This is good. This is really good, actually.
Also, do you remember that effed up betrayer person who had their hands on your daughter?
She narrows her eyes at you and she says, yes.
Yeah, that one? That one's also in the Emberhold tunnels. We are also going after that.
You should have never taken the position of the council. She's... I, unfortunately, must attend to Amon as the coin mistress.
I'm sure Ember is informing your husband, so...
Oh, well, that would be good. Of course, he always did have a very firm relationship with Vengeance. I have a mind that he's probably offering his services to Ember as we speak. Well, good. One of her parents should be able to strike the final blow. It's only right, I think. It's too bad none of you are archers. I might have had half a mind to lend you Fenris. But, oh well. Well.
I mean, honestly, we've all kind of... The belt's a little flashy, so I can see how but we're kind of getting up there with those.
Oh, it suits you, dear. It suits you.
Oh, thank you. But I mean the whole team. Like we're finding them. We're doing this.
And that's excellent. We will have a drink in your name if you cut that bitch's head. Or whatever horrible thing you wish to do to her. Now, I will say this. I would kind of
like to crush her under her own hammer, but you know.
Well, speaking of her hammer, there are not many places in... There are many powers and many resources in Exandria, but I can tell you this. My husband... Well, he's very good at keeping things in a vault. Secret and safe and stowed away. I must admit, Amon is a very safe place, but it's the obvious place to keep something like that. An item of such power should not just be left laying around. Maybe when you acquire the hammer, consider bringing it to Whitestone. We could secure it. We have had to contain evil forces before. It would not be the first time.
We'll definitely consider it. I don't have the brain cells to say yes or no. But Ember and Yvain.
Well, I can tell you this, don't bring us to Whitestone. The place is... Well, I hope they're doing better soon, but you get my point. Anyway, you certainly will have to discuss it amongst yourselves, but if you're looking for a place to secure it, I open Whitestone too.
It's an honor.
Very well. I, unfortunately, must get back to my ledges, but it was good speaking to you, and thank you for the conversation. It can be hard to stop banging your head against a wall when you've been banging your head against it for too long. So, good luck. Don't die.
Thank you.
Excellent. And with that, we can zoom out as Ember and Dryster have had their conversations. It seems an interesting path is being opened up between Drystrom and Lady Vexalia. Kiro, Yvain, was there anything that you two wanted to get up to around Whitestone? It's okay if the answer's no. It's okay if the answer's yes.
I think Yvain would probably have spent time with the Zeds
Sure,
since she doesn't get to
absolutely.
spend as much time with Zarvalk as she'd like.
Absolutely, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, you guys spend some time wandering around Whitestone and seeing the sights and kind of showing it off to the who actually had a decently memorable name, Zundak. Yeah, showing around Zundak, the Sun Tree. Maybe you tell him like about the Dawn Father and how he planted the seed on the spot where he defeated Dara's Doom. You take him to Lord Trinket's public park. And he's like, Lord Trinket is a bear. Your city's run by a bear. Um, and they're like, no, no. Well, here's the thing. And then, so yeah, you kind of hang out, and you can certainly be a part of the town. But Whitestone is full of history and many tales to tell about Lord Trinket, about the Grand Poobah, and all kinds of different stories where Zundak is getting a very quick introduction. And you find that he's a very intelligent young man who absorbs the information like a sponge, considering everything. Not necessarily like a forward person. He's definitely like a more calculating individual where like he doesn't say whatever thought is sprouting into his brain in the moment. He's very much a consider then speak kind of individual, and he listens to all the stories with deep consideration. And yeah, you spend some time with the Zeds and more specifically Zarbo. Excellent. Anything for you, Carol?
There's no Temple of the Raven Queen in. I'm sure that that's a very
Oh yeah,
incorrect
there is.
question. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure there is.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. There's a couple of temples these days, actually. I believe that in the time we are, a temple to Avandra have been opened up. There's a couple of temples.
Is there one to the Raven Queen? There probably
Absolutely.
is for numerous reasons, but
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely there is.
she just, after everything that she talked about with the prince, and also because it's Whitestone, she just feels the need to visit.
Fair enough. Can you have us kind of check something there? The great guilds. Great guilds. Two coins, that's fine. Just a couple of answers. I'm just checking on some stuff. Okay. I'm gonna roll a little event check, see if you come across. Okay. So yeah, you are directed actually outside the walls. You would be told that this is the most this is the most recent expansion Whitestone has attempted into the Parchwood Timberlands. And that is where the Temple of Raven Queen is. You are directed to the Snowdrop Memorial Trail. East of the city, you follow right in between. Yeah, you find this like little trail of like snowdrop plants that kind of wides wheels between two buildings. One is the Estate of the Grey Hunt, whatever that is, and certainly into the Temple of the Matron of Ravens. As usual, it is a somewhat dark Gothic temple, and inside it is very sort of like a simple church that has like pews, and at the very end, there doesn't seem to be any priests that tend to it. But there is a very fine statue of a stone-carved Matron of Ravens, as she's often depicted, with the porcelain mask, like the downed raven-feathered cloak that almost looks like wings of itself, and her hands kind of crossed before her chest, sort of looking down gloomingly over many dozens of candles that were lit by an unknown source. But you enter into this usually religious and sort of dark temple, a place where the champion of ravens himself probably wandered its halls before he ascended to the matron's personal service. What would you like to do?
She's actually going to the notebook that she's been carrying with her. She's going to take it out. She has, I don't have it in my notebook, but she drew in her notebook, a sketch of, I think it's the crest or the symbol of the Raven Queen that's in the temple in Western. Above table, I'm just confirming. They look different, right? Like the altar here looks different to the altar that she's seen in Western.
It is certainly a different altar, but it pays the same respects. Like it
Okay.
is, yeah, obviously different made, a different style, but certainly of the faith.
That's I think what that's I think what she's paying attention to is the style of it. She's just kind of noting how different people see and pay homage to what is supposed to be a very, very similar figure.
Yeah,
And I think in that spirit, she just kind of takes just some time off to the side, even if nobody's in here. She just wants to kind of tuck herself away and sketch out, I guess, the statue in the middle of the room, and kind of sketch that out in the notebook next to the symbol from Western, and just kind of do the same thing that she did, where she catalogs it and kind of what the temple looks like and how people practice their faith.
absolutely. Um, I don't think you would see certainly how she's depicted, and many of the rites and rituals seem to be true. You know what? Roll a religion check. This is a game where we roll dice, so let me let me be better about that this
Oh
session.
God. We're gonna hope and pray. Oh, my dice like me. 19.
That's great. Yeah, you would see that the depictions, the rituals, the architecture, mostly everything is pretty much similar to the to how things are depicted in Whitestone. Certainly, like statues were carved by different hands. It's certainly not like today where a lot of like even churches or temples are very like cut and
Mhm.
paste, whatever. Whenever this was made, this was certainly not in consideration of Whitestone. Um, and the styles are different, and the statue is certainly carved by a different hand. The rites and rituals, however, are would be very nationalistically similar. So on this continent, it's probably worshipped differently than, say, how it's worshipped in Vasselheim, where clearly the Raven Queen is worshipped with a lot more jovialness and celebration than sort of the dark gloom of Tal'Dorei. Um, and I'll say, as you leave, um, there is a plaque that basically states that the snowdrop flowers are dedicated to the Raven Queen. And that's all it says. It says the Snowdrop Memorial Trail and dedication to the Raven. That's it. Almost, and I will say it's almost like the shortness of it is almost telling. Like there's clearly a larger story to this, and yeah, I'm gonna give you a special little side thing. You hear some ways off down the trail, and certainly not near the temple, but a little beyond the temple, you do hear very faintly the sound of like lament of like someone crying, a feminine voice crying down the trail. Do you leave that soul to what they're doing, or do you like does curiosity take over?
I think there is a moment where in her head she goes, "This is so dumb," because there are so many reasons why you shouldn't go towards a voice crying in the woods, especially these woods. But she can't not.
Okay. Are you doing this like sneaking?
Yeah. Yeah. Because if it actually is somebody, she doesn't want to just scare them and make them
Right.
feel worse.
All right, make me a stealth check. And then throw me a perception check while you're at it. So stealth
Ooh.
and perception.
These are much better. I'll do stealth first. That's not bad. That's not bad. And then perception. That's even better. Ha 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 ha. That's even better. The stealth check is a 15. The perception check is a 25.
Okay. Very stealthily, very oh so carefully, you kind of step over the path and into the grass. Like you step over the flowers and into the grass off the path and kind of, do the sort of, you know, side slide across and kind of poke your head around to see what it is. You see off in the distance, not off in the distance really. It's more like maybe 60 to 100 feet away from you. There is a woman sitting on the bench along the trail. There's a bench that has been placed along the trail, and the flowers kind of go around the bench and continuing down the trail. And this woman is sitting by herself, kind of, she's crying openly and like up to the sky. It's not like a deep, like fresh cry, but more like a reflective grieving cry. You see a half-elven woman with long ginger hair, and she is wearing a crown of flowers and antlers, and she is endowed in a cloak of autumn leaves, and she sort of sits back on the bench, kind of slumped down the bench, and her head kind of faced towards the sky, and she just kind of cries, and tears moves down her freckled cheeks. And she's beautiful, even while crying. She is, all the grace of a half elf, very youthful, like she might be like early 20s or something. Green eyes, and she wears like this like beautiful dress that is like very low cut, a little revealing, I would say. And she's got like tattoos poking out from underneath. But this is this woman of like dignity and sort of primal power is sort of crying to the sky. You'll also notice, on a very good perception check, in and amongst her hair and all the flowers and antlers and whatever, there is a single black raven feather in her hair, sort of dangling down from behind her ear. And she just kind of cries to the sky, quietly, in an old grief. Believing herself alone. Go ahead.
We've met Keyleth once, I think. We have, because the town that fell into the earth. Do I recognize her, or is it somebody else?
This is Keyleth, the voice of the temple steps.
I think once she recognizes her, it's less about like, let me not try to sneak up on this random person in the woods, and more, she doesn't know who she's crying for, but she recognizes the grief. And so I think she kind of, at that point, she just kind of makes a little bit of noise and like steps back onto the path, like she just happened back here and she didn't see anything, just to give her a little bit of dignity. And she doesn't walk up to her, but she just makes enough noise to make herself known and then stops a little bit away.
Okay, also you kind of look away and you kind of like, are carefully stepping over the flowers in respect, and maybe like specifically kind of stomp the dirt a little bit, or put your foot down a little harder and kind of turn to make the approach. And she's not there.
Okay. She'll turn around and walk back.
Okay. And you're certainly experienced enough. You assume she used some magic to teleport. You don't think she could be going crazy. Magic's crazy, man. Magic's weird. I don't know. You assume. You feel like the breeze when you turn, like the breeze kind of, like an unusual gust of wind kind of passes by. And you're like, yeah, okay, that's okay. return to the village. With that, and it growing later, a stay has certainly been secured by Red Zeds. And I admit I didn't know where that might be. Let's see what we got for inns and taverns around. Nope. Tavern. Yeah, you guys are staying at the Tipsy Quorum, is what it's called. The tavern is a warm interior. It has a big, beautiful hearth at the northern end. It seems to be divided between sort of like a bar tavern area and a small eating area, and even an open kitchen where food is like made very easily, where you can see the food made. It's definitely a tavern and inn, so there are stairs that lead upstairs, and a number of rooms have been secured. And unless there's anything you guys want to do with your evening, then
There is one thing that I want to do as Dryson and I are leaving.
Absolutely.
It'll be a very kind of over the shoulder. Oh, our companion Zarvolg and his mercenary band are staying in Whitestone, and they may have brought a defector from the Iron Authority with them. And as we are stepping out the door, that'll be the Emperor's heir. And let the door close.
Yeah, there's certainly a quiet, and you let the door close. I'll say on the other side of the door, like there's that pause, and there's like what's the response? And you hear there's just like a good 5 seconds of quiet. And Beck says, "Well, we'll have to invite them for dinner." And we'll and yeah, you read it with that little piece of information. Incredible, truly incredible. Amazing. You guys go. You get some food. You get some sleep. And why don't we bring it to a break? Take a little 15, 20-minute break, and when we come back, we will continue our adventure. Well done, guys. Good job.
Ah.
Great news. Incredible. Guess what, Drycern? It's time for another dream. You are, of course,
I was literally
entirely
just
aware.
before you.
What is that?
As soon as you said we're going to sleep, I went, I swear to God, Ryan, don't bother me. You say my name.
You don't you do it. You all go to sleep, Drycer, and you have like a, should I? Yeah, whatever. You go to sleep. You are well aware of your dreams. You are lucid and entirely aware that the dream spell has indeed been cast upon you again. Let's see. I guess we'll use this song. I don't know if it quite fits, but we'll use it. Let's try this one. Let's be a little different. You are in a very different setting than what you're used to. Once again, you are sitting at a table, but this time it is a very finely appointed room. You are sitting at a beautiful oak table. You are in like a manor. You're in like you're in some fine manners dining room with tall windows and like draping velvet red curtains and candles. Oh yes, so many candles are lit. And walking around, you are going to see your adversary as yet again approaches from behind. But she's dressed differently. She is dressed as so in the Zoom chat.
And Ryan,
Get
as
it?
a person, God damn. As Drythren? The fuck?
Is there any like is there any reaction that might slip from Dryzen? Let's roll a deception check. I feel like this is worthy of a deception check.
17, because it's an 18 minus 1.
Oh, okay. You keep your cool. You do generally keep your cool. But you do indeed see she's wearing this like beautiful, very revealing red dress. She's got all of these like clasps and like little chains and danglies hanging off of her. And she very much looks like the epitome of like a barbarian princess. You expect they are probably true, but you see her body's covered in these like not covered, elegantly at different points. These like small markings and tattoos that are signs of like runic like arcane power. And she comes around and she is going to sit down at the table next to you. And she says to start, do you like it?
It's
I wore it just
something.
for you.
Of course you did.
Well, who else would I wear it for?
Would have chosen anyone else in this party. Really could have.
No. No, I don't think I could have. No one else has the same... Well, no one's you.
Go
she sits down and she says, "Oh, you can keep squirming like that. Just know I enjoy it."
on. No. No. Mm-mm. No. No, no, no. No.
Know what?
Why?
No, such an
No, I
unfun
need to
word,
ask Yvain if there's
Rolos.
any special. No.
Oh, don't talk to Yvain. Think for yourself.
No, I'm going to talk to Yvain because now I need to know if there's spells or scrolls or something that keeps
Why?
you not here.
Why? Because you don't trust yourself?
No, because I don't like this.
No.
And that
Are you needing the
you
magical
like
assistance of your druid because you're having a hard time resisting?
No, because I would rather actually sleep.
You are
This haunts
asleep.
me in my daydreams. Ugh.
You think about me in your daydreams?
No, not on purpose.
You flatter me.
Of course I do.
What should we
So why am I here?
eat? You feel like a red meat kind of girl.
I mean, you could try, but I'm sorry. No one lives up to Ember's cooking. That's just a standard already set for me.
Fair enough. I should conjure then. And she kind of waves her hand and sort of almost like Disney-esque, like appearing on the plate from invisibility to real. She says, "Well, there you go. Steak cooked by your favorite chef. Aren't dreams wonderful? They just keep coming true for you. And they can keep coming true."
Okay.
Why do
Hear
you
why.
resist? Don't get me wrong, I do love an opponent that squirms, but I thought you would have had more certainty.
What about me is uncertain? My feelings for you? The things
Look
that
at
I feel that you
you.
make me feel?
Look at you. You're squirming in your chair. You can't stand to be here.
Yes, yes, because you and everything you stand for, everything you stand for is exactly what I have spent my entire life trying to eradicate from this world, and
What are
having
you
to sit
talking
here
about?
and suffer through it. Oh,
You worship the god of storms and war. What do you think happens after a storm and after war? What do you think happens to the farmhouse when the lightning bolt strikes it? What do you think happens to the village when the war band rolls through it? Say it.
the people come together. That's what
No,
happens.
no, no, no. You're full of it. Shall we explore? The image changes. You are no longer in this dining room. You sort of do that. Yeah, you like rub your brow like, oh, such a pain in the ass. And as you open it, you're back in the Riffin Mist Peninsula. You are in the jungles. You are standing at the edge of the jungles, looking onward to a very quaint, very peaceful village. On the edge of a river. She says, and by the way, this one isn't fake. This actually happened. I watched it. Now let's watch closely. She says, and enter from stage right. You are going to see a war band of the Iron Authority. Not a war band, an army from the Iron Authority rolling. Goblins, bugbears, but mostly hobgoblins clad in dangerous, thick, almost black iron. They come out astride their steeds. They come out bearing blades. They come out with artillery. And they charge the town. They charge the town. You hear the sounds of slaughter, of screaming of civilians. You see houses being lit on fire. And she watches curiously. She says, is this not war?
Is it not a war you started?
I didn't myself start it, no. You overestimate me. But please, let's focus on it. This is war. This is what your god loves, isn't it? War, fighting. Or does your faith in the Storm Lord not consider the sacking of villages? Do you want to know why your people are going to lose?
Honey, you've said that before.
It's because, for the same reasons that I think you already know. The Tal'Dorei Council is filled with people who don't have the stomach for what real war is. They're untested. They've never fought in a real war. They don't understand the realities of war and its brutality. You want to know how you make money? You sack villages and you take all the money they have, and then you use that to pay for your armies. If your Tal'Dorei Republic was smart, they would have already been sacking villages or demanding payment. But no.
You know what that would also make them?
What?
Cruel.
What's
And that,
worse?
that is what I don't believe my god is. He's vicious.
That is cruelty, is viciousness. You
No.
need to be a monster to win a battle. You need to be. You're a monster. All of your friends are monsters. I do not. I do not besmirch you the name. You need to be a monster to win a battle. How many people have you killed, Drystrom?
Enough.
You can't even count it. Because you've killed
Have
so
I
many.
not?
But you did it. You destroyed their lives.
Except, I know when to choose not to. Because I have before. I have chosen not to kill somebody. You don't choose to make that distinction, do you?
Admittedly, I have allies that do not. I have many allies that do not, are just blood frenzy maniacs. But my god is not the god of frenzy or mindless murder. He is the god of destruction, and he is the god of slaughter. And if we're being very honest with each other, your god and mine are not too different.
Sorry, we're running back the reverse polarity, opposite attract.
Of
What?
course we are, because the more you resist, the more certain I am that you know what I'm saying
Okay.
is true.
I have not denied that it is true. We are very similar. Our gods are similar. But that is the key word, similar. They are not the same. And they will never be the same. And even if it does, that does not mean I will change how I practice my faith, how I feel in my faith, and how I determine to act. Despite what you may believe, I am not just a brainless worshiper who will go and do what they are told. I do think about my actions, and I think about my choices.
As do I. I am a mage. I am a wizard. And we wizards do the calculus more than anybody else. And I looked at the situation. I saw the Iron Authority in the south, sleeping bear that no one on the council wanted to acknowledge. I saw the powers that be. I saw the... Well, everybody knows what's going on with the League of Miracles. I saw it all unfolding, and after doing the calculations over and over, I realized a truth I couldn't deny. Tal'Dorei Republic is going to fail. So what do? Why cling to a dying ship? What's wrong with surviving?
Because I'd rather die protecting anybody who needs it than make out with my life that means nothing after that. I did once. I'm sure you're aware. My people fell from the sky. There was fire and death, and we had to escape with what we could in our hands. And I barely remember, but it is there, always, in the back of my head. The screams, the destruction, everything around me dying. And then I remember running, having to choose between different dangerous places, places who didn't want us. I remember how angry, how lost, how everything felt too much. I have always been a storm. And I will not stop.
Yes.
War is not nice, it is not fun. But everything you keep trying to tell me does not matter. It just doesn't. Because I will fight to protect anybody I can that won't or can't do it for themselves. Because if I don't, everything after is meaningless.
My admiration for you only grows. No, don't reject. I hear you. You became mighty because destruction came for you. You know the pain and death and hardship of that. It's terrible. But I wonder, for as powerful and as wondrous as you've become, would you be that same person if destruction did not come for you? You are a warrior. And you fight so it doesn't have to happen to other people. You have my admiration.
Yeah. Thanks. But if it wasn't me, fate has a funny way of working out anyway.
I don't think so.
And maybe it won't be me who saves the world. No. Because I have a lot of powerful friends. Maybe I die by the end of this, who knows? But if one of them, if even one of them, means that lives are saved, if one of them gets to the end of this, and it means all of you are dead, and everyone on this God's forsaken planet, because it has been. The gods have forsaken us long ago. And
You
while we
know
fight for
that's
them,
not true. They have not forsaken us. Why would you pray to a god you believe has forsaken you?
maybe forsaken's not the right word, but they know what goes on here, and they have been held back, and that, I kind of believe, is a good thing. Because we do not, unlike you and your followers, need to blindly follow orders from anything. We are people. We make our own thoughts, our own choices, and while we can believe in something, even with all of our heart, we can believe in it, still means that we, on our own, decide something. A god has not once made my decision for me.
That, I think, is where me and you fundamentally come to a disagreement. You would not become Dryser Varnos, the bearer of the vestige, the Stormlord's girdle, if your home had not been destroyed. If your home had not been destroyed by the big bad ruiner. If war had never come to your Draconian, then you would have never been forged into the mighty warrior you are now.
And I think the same can be said for most of your group. Vox Machina. Tales tell of the trials they all faced and forced them to become something greater. What is so bad about destruction? Destruction breaks weakness. And with the weak gone, only the strong remain. I do not mean that in the sense of murdering anyone who is weak, but making them face destruction, making them face end, to become mightier, to be ready to face the trials that are coming to them. Is that not the story you just told me?
If the ruiner or destruction, whatever he incarnates, Torog, in the torture and whatever else, what is it? I don't even know. There's a whole lot of them. There's too many of them. But if none of them would have started the violence, I would be okay with that. It may mean I wouldn't be a great and glorious warrior of the Stormlord, but it means
But we
people wouldn't be
need-
alive today.
I think you're wrong. I think we need warriors like you, like Vox Machina, what have you. Of course, we'd all like to be happy and fly off to Wonderland and not have to feel any pain or sadness and so on and so forth. But that is not the reality of the world we live in. The world we live in is mean and evil. And if we let it, it will drag us down into despair. We need to have weakness broken in us and around us in order to build ourselves stronger. Cities would not have walls around them if there were not wolves to come in and steal the sheep. There would not be the Arcana Panasophical if there were not evil wizards to restrain. There would be no armies if there was no enemy to defend against. This is all I propose. Your god makes war. My god destroys weakness. And in both of those things, greater things are created. I think we are not so different as you make it out to me. I think you're scared to accept
No.
it.
No. From what it sounds like, we are similar. You believe in what you believe just as wholeheartedly as I believe in what I believe. Neither of us want to change our opinions.
Why would I? My opinion matches yours. And that is why I so like our little conversations.
I'm sure.
I will leave you to your rest. I will give you what you seek. I hope, though, in your waking hours when you're thinking about me, you simply consider the necessity of war. Because destruction is such a dirty word. Maybe one day you'll be able to see the truth, as blind and as cruel as it is. Destruction is natural, just as a storm. Sleep well.
I do have a question for you
Questions.
before you go.
Questions, yes.
Why did you connect with this god? The destruction,
Well,
the ruining of things.
well, I connected with this god because, for one, the other betrayer gods are not terribly alluring. I mean, let's look at the list. The Lord of Hells, you're never going to have a truth told to you. And if it is told to you, it's warp. It's a good way to go insane. The Strife Emperor is about nothing that I'm interested in. The taking over of everything? What does that have to do with anything? The Spider Queen, same prompt. Lord of Hell, you'll never hear a straight answer for as long as you live. Chained Oblivion, you'll just go insane. The Scaled Tyrant doesn't give a shit about me. I'm an elf. She cares about dragons and dragonkin. The Crawling King, well, he's just a sadist. There's no logic to it. He's just a sadist. The Whispered One. Now, the Whispered One did catch my attention. But necromancy is just so gross. Really, honestly. I couldn't handle it. It was too much. And then I am no assassin with the Cloaked King. It was the Ruiner that brought me interest because I accepted the very truth of possibility of what was going to happen. That the Tal'Dorei Republic was going to be destroyed. Whether I wanted to or not. Only in truly understanding the nature of destruction and warfare and slaughter can there be understood to be a way out the other side. What happens afterward?
So you gave up?
I did not give up. I did the calculus. I did the math. Tal'Dorei Republic is untested and untried. They are naively idealistic and they have no money. No money to supply armies.
Yes.
They did exactly what I predicted they would. They tore down their own walls out of some sense of idealism to the lower class. When they have an army at their gates. I follow the Ruiner because destruction is inevitably coming to this continent. That is why. And I want to be the one that is alive when it happens.
You can say it however you'd like. But you gave up. You gave up and accepted defeat to join the other side so that way you could survive it till the end. If you want to call it being smart, being calculated, go ahead. But you gave up on humanity.
Did not give up
You
on
gave up on
humanity.
basically being a person. Oh,
You know
I'm
what,
sorry.
Humanity will
Were you
persist.
not looking to destroy the world?
No, I am not looking to destroy the world.
Then why are you helping them? Because that is what's going to happen.
The Tal'Dorei Republic is weak, and by extension, their gods are weak.
I'm so sorry that you are too focused on one city's council? Singborn, then!
One city's council? Don't talk to me about Singorn. Singorn will get up and leave at the first sign of trouble. They will teleport to the Fey Realm.
Good, go with it.
I have no faith in the Republic. That is why I chose it. I tell you that in good faith. For what else is better? Should I choose the Stormlord, who is basically the same god as the Ruiner, if we're being honest with ourselves, other than he has a flair for the weather?
I honestly don't care what you chose. But what god on this side of the war? You didn't even have to choose one. What you could have done was take all that math and calculus and that brain that you seem to be so proud of because you think you're the smartest person in the room, which if you would like to prove you're right, go ahead, but it'll just be words to me. You could have took that to the council, but instead you wanted to save you and only you.
How has that been going for you? Bringing your big brain to the council to be of assistance. If I'm not mistaken, you tried to send the Lady Coin Mistress a message, a letter, I think it was, is what my people tell me.
Something like that.
Do you think that they're listening very hard to you? Do you think that they're going to rouse this great army that will eventually defeat the Strife Emperor's army?
Does it matter?
Of course
I'm
it
trying.
matters. It doesn't matter if they're trying. It's not the job of the leader to try. It's the job of the leader to succeed. If they can't succeed, then they should give up.
There it is. They should give up. Is that what this is all about? You have given up so bad that you would rather see everything destroyed and ruined just so you can stand in the ashes.
I do not want to see things destroyed. I do not want to see the Ruiner's plans to come to fruition. I follow him because he is inevitable. You cannot sit there unless you are horribly naive beyond all thinking, beyond what would be expected of any monk of any level of wisdom, that you can look at the situation with all reality and say to me that things aren't looking bad. That the Tal'Dorei Republic elected to knock down their own walls and let the enemy in. That they spent the last 20 years paying an establishment of all of their money while the enemy forged an army made of god armor. You're telling me, with all certainty and with the true belief in your heart, that the Tal'Dorei Council can beat the Strife Emperor? That you are truly on the side that is going to win this battle? The Strife Emperor's army is coming. It is inevitable. It's just a matter of who's going to survive in the ashes. You're absolutely right on that part. I would have that be me, and I do not believe that needs to be you. If you can look past your own naivete, Varnos. If you were smart, you would do what you did when your city fell. You take your family and you run.
See, I didn't have a choice in that. Now that I do, things will be different. Because no, I would rather it not be me standing in those ashes. Not if everything I loved, have cared for, have put time and effort and energy and blood and sweat and tears is gone. No, because there would be nothing in life worth living for after.
Then do what I did and dedicate the people you love, the things you care for, the warriors you fight for, dedicate them to the side that will win, that they might survive this apocalypse that is coming. Have reason. Ideology only gets you so far. If you care about your family and your little sibling, you'll take them away from Tal'Dorei before the hammer falls.
The hammer? Specifically a hammer? Or were we just using meaningless words again?
We're using meaningless words. I admire your stubbornness, as infuriating as it is. I admire your ability to hold on to hope, even though it's a fool's gambit. I cannot. I hope you will take some time to think about what we've spoken about. I will leave you to your dreams, and surely I will see you again. But rise from Varnos and all of your wisdom, I hope you will open your eyes to the truth.
I am working on it, you know.
I know you're working on it. I know you are. And I genuinely wish you the best.
The scene sort of fade away. And you will sleep. Well, that'll be up to you to decide. You decide how long you sleep for the rest of the night. And
Dressing for 2 days in a row now looks like death. There's nothing.
maybe you arouse from that particular dream with like a cold sweat. Of like, you pull yourself out of the dream. You got a pretty good con, my friend. Roll a con save and see how if your body's able to fall back asleep. After all that. What?
That's a 4 on the die for a 9.
Okay, alright, I'll tell you what. You may take an exhaustion.
Not good.
You may take an exhaustion. You find yourself restless to sleep after that. And with that, the rest rouse. It's a little hard, I think, to tell if a Dragonborn is particularly sleepy because they don't get dark circles under their eyes because they have scales. But I think maybe there's a hunch, maybe that sort of like dragony, like strong-bodied a little. The body language is a little more telling than anything. And Dryspring comes down to breakfast in the tavern with a bit of a hunch. You guys sit around a very long table with Red Zed, Zarvolg, yourself, the prince, and you have some lunch. You have a little breakfast before you head off on your adventures. Zundak will, because he's a little princeling, he'll tap a glass. Or actually, you know what? He's not from like he's from the Iron Authority. He probably takes his glass and like bangs it on the table 3 times. It breaks in the third, and he looks a little surprised. You get the sense this is essentially the equivalent of like a glass tap where he's from. He's like, he'll stand up, playing off the moment. He'll say, I'm aware that you, Aurora Concordant, will be leaving. And before you did, I wished only to give my thanks for the opportunity to see the truth of your lands and to make judgment for myself. I think there are many people in the world who are quick to take advantage, whether for good or for worse, of a situation. I know my presence must have given some thought to the idea of how I could be useful. And instead you have granted me my wish to make my own judgments. It's a tremendous deal of faith you have put in me. It speaks well of yourselves and your people. And I just wanted to thank you. I raise my cup to Aurora Concordant.
Here.
Red Zed's, yeah, and then here's are passed around the table, and there's cheerses, and the prince will sit back down, and he like looks up at Two Fangs, kind of gives him a little begrudging little nod of respect. He goes, okay, and he sits down and goes back to his barracks.
Before we go,
Yes.
and Kira will look to all of Red Zed when she says this. Like Zarvog mentioned, there's we've all got friends in places, and one of mine happens to be here. If you ever find yourselves in the woods and you see an extremely large wolf, and she'll look at Two Fangs when she says it, he's a friend. A cranky one, but a friend.
All wolves are friends. You just gotta speak the language.
Maybe that's where I've been messing up so far.
I look forward to meeting this moon wolf. Or this, not moon wolf, you didn't see one. This large wolf. I look forward to this.
Should anyone need to get a hold?
No, go ahead.
Should anyone need to get a hold of us? Zarvog does have a sending stone in his bag, and she'll like look at him continuously. He
goes, I do. Oh, he starts going through his bag. Yeah, got it. Yeah.
I'm sure one of you with nimble fingers can procure it when someone needs to get me a message.
What's his name? Whatever his name, our soul knife friend. Down the table goes,
Whisper knife.
And he Whisper knife. Whisper knife holds up the sending stone. Says, what, this one? Zarvog goes, he goes back to his bag and pulls out just like a regular, but mostly similar shaped rock. He goes,
I like it.
He throws it down the table at Whisper knife and like, dodges it. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep these smart asses in mind. Keep an eye on things.
Or if you need us.
We will. You got your own problems to deal with, and we'll take care of this place too. So, you all take care of yourselves. If you find any really cool cursed weapons, keep me in mind.
Imagine we'll be bringing back a cursed weapon and the head of she who held it. At least we will if I have anything to do with it.
Oh, the hammer? Yeah. I'll take it.
Oh, I desperately want her head on a pike.
You have her head, I want her hammer.
You have a sword and a crossbow.
And I want a hammer.
Want to complete the
Perfect one.
collection. I feel like I'm gonna be collecting betrayer arms for the foreseeable future, maybe.
Hmm.
What do you think happens if I attune to 3 at once?
It would be terribly unfortunate if I had to, get rid of all that many curses. But I'm capable. I know, I'm a killjoy.
He smiles. Yeah, Bryson, you wanted to say something?
If we do procure the hammer, we were offered to be able to leave it in Whitestone in their vaults instead of where it's expected to be. And 2, Dark Eye, the champion of the Ruiner, is visiting in my dreams, and I don't know what to do.
Somebody on the table spits out water.
Really?
Is that why you were staring at the ceiling this morning?
Yes.
What? I thought it was a reptile thing.
I wish it
Sorry.
was, honestly.
Two Fang says, "Did you kick her ass?"
And she has the dream spell. Yavi, we need something that doesn't let her change the dreams. I know I'm dreaming, and I know the dream spell has been cast, but I can't do anything to stop it.
I mean, technically, you could spend time in the dream realm and learn to. It's fine. There's some things we can do to protect you, and I can watch over you if you need.
It's just she keeps trying to
There's
convince
there's a
me
there's a
something.
song that you need to be taught. I'm pretty certain. It goes like this: Mana.
Yeah, it'll stop pretty
Just
quickly.
repeat
after
that over and over and over. She'll go away. Anytime she shows up, just go to the song.
Genius, actually.
So, are we ready?
Yep. Let's
Okay.
go. Beat up people under a mountain.
I'm going to grab our hunk of rock that's tied to the campsite that we left.
Yep.
I'm going to slide a letter across the counter to the tavern keeper. Can you see that this gets to the Rolos up at the castle, please?
Of course, sir. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Very good.
And I'm going to get ready to use the helmet, and then I'm going to just look over at Zarvog and say, "Oh, expect a dinner invitation." At which point, then we're going to teleport.
What? Yeah. What? Wait. Do I have to wear? I'm not wearing a doublet. And away you go. Yes, per the power of rock, and more importantly, the power of magical helmet. You guys stretch out infinitely long and return to your normal size in half of a tenth of a nanosecond. And suddenly, you are back in the dark and cold gloam of the Underdark. Let's go over there. Here it is. Yeah, you guys appear there. Kiro, an arrow strikes the wall, right? Like a bolt hits the wall right next to you.
Whoa!
And you see Horik still in his bedroll, like, he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, sorry about that. Sorry."
I mean, I guess I could be looking for a new piercing. Jeez.
Because those bolts are a little too thick for a piercing, I'm afraid. But good thing I missed you just by a little bit.
Nice aim, I guess.
I was aiming for your head, but then I saw it was you and I missed purposely. Sorry, Underdark, dangerous place. Not used to people suddenly appearing in front of me. I mean, goes back up his thing. He's gonna look at somebody who like may as well have had someone like throw a pail of water over him while he was waking up, and he's like dealing with a sudden awakeness. How was your field trip? Did you get me anything? Don't worry, I'm not offended. It's fine. All right. Good news. I found a way around the fall in. Yeah. Sweet. Let us continue to proceed.
Thank you for doing that. We appreciate it. I hope you didn't wait too long.
No, we just no. You're fine. I mean, you weren't gone a full day.
And we did indeed get you something.
Oh,
One of
I mean,
the people that we're looking to come across is a particularly twisted woman who wields a hammer.
oh, eh?
I have obtained a request on the behalf of Percival de Rollo, the man who invented firearms.
Oh, I yeah, I.
He would like to personally shoot her in the head repeatedly. You will
Oh,
get a front seat demonstration to exactly the wrath of vengeance that
I see.
he has on tap and in store.
Interesting. Yeah, I'd be very interested. I heard about these firearms, but never. So I was curious. That'd be interesting.
You will probably be the only person in Craghammer who has ever seen one fired with intent and extreme amounts of malice.
Oh, okay.
They're very loud.
I could get into that. Sure, cool. Um, I will say I have a bit of news too. Look, we're traveling together. I don't want to make anything that makes anyone feel uncomfortable, but I did find something while I was seeking out another passage. I think he's friendly, but you let me know if it's too much for you, alright? Jelly, come on out. And you guys are gonna see like what is essentially like a floating jellyfish with little eyes and like a happy face on the top of this jellyfish. It comes out
Insight
and
check
in your
immediately.
head. Yeah, insight check away. In your head, you guys hear, hello! And I'll send you a picture of what he looks like. What'd you get on your insight check?
27.
You look into the eyes of this creature, and within those eyes, you look for all of the malice and hate that you might expect from such a strange creature. And all you see in its eyes is like a deep well of curious helpfulness. Just this creature that just seems to be just like full of curiosity and is willing to do anything to be of assistance and like help out, and they just seem to be kind of interested in the world and will help out the people that come across. You look into its eyes and you don't find even a hint of malice. I'll name them Wee Jelly. I mean, look at him, he's so cute. The little tentacles and the smile. Yeah, I called him Wee Jelly.
Where did you
Because he's wee.
where did you find Jelly?
Well, I was exploring some passages, and there was this one passage that was a little weird and wonky. It had like
like these glowing like fungus growing off of the roof or whatever. And I nearly shot the little bugger, but then he said his little hello, and I just he's too cute not to keep. So if it's alright, you guys would like to keep him with us. That's alright.
That seems perfectly all right to
Yes,
me. We've adopted stranger strays
it's
over
true.
time.
Oh well, too kind for that. Oh, they said yes, sweet jelly. And wee jelly in your mind goes, yay! And will sort of happily kind of jellyfish around. Just like floating through the air, but like moves like a jellyfish would.
Aw, you're so
Ray,
graceful.
do you think Happy would
Wait.
get along with it?
Happy will jump out of the pouch or whatever you keep him in. I like the idea he's like in your backpack. Like you see those people who have their dogs in their backpack and their heads just kind of hang out. I imagine Happy's like in your bag and like hops out of your backpack and bounces up to Wee Jelly. And Wee Jelly like smiles down and goes, "Hello." And Happy's like looks at all of you guys like, "Are you serious?" Kind of Happy folds his arms and kind of puts his nose in the air like he's not so sure about this guy.
Aw. Happy.
Um, Happy like puts his head down, like he's
We'll
like,
get you.
yeah.
We'll get you a pastry soon.
Happy definitely does like one of those. It's like, oh.
We're going back to Whitestone.
Happy like turns around and like Bunny kind of walks over to you, Yvain, like putting his nose in the air. And then the wee jelly goes, okay, bye. And Happy kind of like does like the thumper like on the ground. Like he's not so sure about the new guy.
You haven't been this unsure about someone since Nix's cat.
And then Happy looks a little sad, like Happy might miss the cat.
Oh, I missed her too. She was lovely.
Happy does, yeah, definitely does like the real like bashful thumper thing and like kind of like twists his foot on the ground, like in like a oh man, like I kind of missed that cat. Um, and then we'll happily, and Happy's weird. Happy like hops fully over Yvain's head and perfectly into the backpack. And you start to hear the sound of the fiddle coming from inside your bag. That's new. That's
Well,
new.
apparently we have marching music now. Onward.
Wee Jelly goes, yay! And leads the way. Hork goes, alright, as you say, company, heading out. And yeah, you guys proceed. You guys make your way down. Okay, let's see how your travels go. He says, alright, we're gonna have a day of travel here where there shouldn't be any problems. And then and then we'll be on to our last day where we should definitely be starting to keep our guard up and entering into Duergar territory. So we'll be cautious at that point. So here's what I'll say. You guys definitely have some encounters. But these are not encounters that are a concern or worthy of combat. At this level, the one CRs still exist. So, yeah, you guys are wandering around and something falls down from the roof. Is like, ah! And then Dryspring goes, and like flicks it and goes, ah! And the same thing for all of you guys. Maybe, yeah, you get a couple confrontations where you gotta like shoot an arrow, blast a little fire, maybe even just like do a little fire show, and they run away. Nothing, no creatures that are worthy of true combat or fear or anything of the like. maybe there's some that have like a really creepy, terrifying visage. The deeper you go down, the weirder things get, like the flying jellyfish, as an example. Um, you start to see things of an aberrant nature. You start to see things of a monstrous nature. But nonetheless, make your way down without too many issues. And you're going to find your way to camp again the next night. Horik, oh, yeah. It's time to put her back in. You guys all find your way back to another rest. There will be no dream for you tonight, Drystern. You'll be happy to know. Hey, if you don't like these dreams, I can give somebody else the hot ruiner chick.
It's,
That's okay.
I find it so funny, but Drystern hates it. Me as a player, I'm over here like I can't like I have to try and not look at the camera because I'm smiling so much for my character. It's like this is so fun. But in character, Drystern's like this is the
Okay.
bane of my existence, and I would rather be anywhere else.
Understood. Why don't we say that? There's no dream tonight. But let's tune back into Drystern. You spend like many hours marching through the Underdark, maybe making some slight conversation with friends, but tons of time to think. The champion spoke deeply of like the similarities between her god and yours, talking about the true brutal nature of war, about the nature of like becoming stronger through destruction. What is Drystrom making of all of that? Is there like any acknowledgement of anything she has to say privately to yourself? Is it a complete no, fuck all that? Like what's Drystrom's perspective? What's she feeling?
I think Drystern has an understanding of like war is not peaceful and there is destruction within it, but it is not inherently the same exact thing. And the way that some people may practice for the Stormlord is definitely not the same way. Drystern's an outlier. The way she practices her faith is very different, and I think that's where the hang up for their arguments is because Dark Eye keeps trying to put her in a box of the Stormlord follower, and Drystern just doesn't see. I guess it would be isn't connecting with the thought that like the gods are only one attribute of themselves and like they stand for only one thing. Because Kord is not just the god of war itself. There are other aspects of things in his domain.
Absolutely. Very interesting. Okie dokie then. You probably sleep a lot better the next night now that you're exhausted. So you may recover your exhaustion point. And yeah, we will continue. We will proceed. The next day's coming. You guys are very deep in the earth at this point, to the point where you're starting to feel all of the coldness of the earth is certainly beginning to quickly become, like you notice the temperature rising. As you wake up the next day and Horik is like, all right, be ready for anything. The temperature begins to rise. Like every 10 minutes, you might like check in and notice it's not quite as cool as it once was. Where it was almost uncomfortably cold, it becomes warmer. You're like, oh, this is actually very nice. And then it becomes warmer than that. This is still very nice. And then it gets warmer than that. You're like, okay, it's starting to get a little uncomfortable. And then it gets even hotter, and it's like only Ember is actually truly comfortable. And Kiro, you're probably very specifically uncomfortable. And then you're the first signs of a magma river flowing by. You hear the like lava bubble of like molten rock. The great glow of heat as a little lava river just sort of like flows by and like in some unknown space and then out into another. But you just kind of walk beside it. It's just a small, more like a stream. It's like a lava stream. But as the first signs you guys are truly deep enough in the earth, you're finding magma. It's pretty impressive. And with that, let's get to the good stuff. It becomes quite apparent at this point that Hunter Horick is following along, not only with reports and previous adventures that are leading deeper into the earth, but he is also following Vox Machina's like documented adventure into the earth. So he's got multiple sources for, finding different pathways, and he remarks here and there, and he goes like, it's only so helpful. The last expedition to Emberhold was 20 years ago. There's been cave-ins since then, alterations in the earth, creature movements. Well, we're doing all right. Yeah, let's well, you don't get there immediately. Yeah. You guys are marching, and it is very hot. Eventually, give me a second here. I got a little scrolling. All right, here we go. You descend through many places, and eventually you start to see that the walls are beginning to turn into like ebony, into obsidian-like colors, and the heat is tremendous. And Hork is like, all right, we're definitely on the final approach now, folks. You ready for anything? You descend through a black volcanic tunnel that hasn't had lava flowing through it in, who knows, maybe this morning, maybe 10 years, who could say. But you wander on through it into an enormous cavern. Lava fills burn along distant walls. They seem to fill up a lower portion of the actual chamber. Obsidian teeth rise from the floor like the maw of a great mouth. You see through the back of the cavern. This is a slight mistake I will have made in the creation of my map. As you look through, you can, for the first time in quite a while, see pretty well into the distance, where you see a massive, like 2 or 3 massive magma waterfalls. Now, this, to be clear, this is miles off in the distance. You're like looking through this chamber, and then a series of tunnels that are wide and long and straight enough that you can see onward to these great waterfalls, and these like black adamantine spires, a massive city off in the distance, that should be capable of supporting thousands and thousands of individuals. This reminds you ever so slightly, but not entirely, of the description you were given by Zundak of the citadels of the Iron Authority. These places that were built of like just metal and a great need to keep things in and out. Yeah, you look over there and you see a city that is could easily be mistaken for a terrible prison. It's a dark place, and it is quite visible. But as you enter into this chamber, you are going to notice that there are some folks in the tunnel. They immediately notice you. Your first sign of Duergar. In this chamber, you see built into the walls is a number of watchtowers that are now making like light flickering sort of gestures in and around the cavern, kind of alerting the cavern to the presence of somebody coming by. You see mounted into the walls of the cavern themselves, like clearly like shelves have been hewn out of the wall and ballistas have been planted in those hewn sides to the walls, in which in this moment you hear the and you have about 4 ballistas pointed at you guys. And you see approaching in the front warily is 4 individuals who are then backed by these massive bird-like hooked, shelled Underdark monsters. There's a chance you even fought them before you got here. But they seem to be like tamed to some of the Duergar who are clad in armor and are prepared. They look at you all with a deep, hateful preparedness. Like they fully are expecting hostility. They're like hands on blades. They watch laser focus as if they're already in the middle of some kind of crazy Mexican standoff. These people treat you with an immediate hate and animosity and expectation of violence. Warily, slowly, a heavily armored Duergar with his personal guard and some kind of caster with like a bloody beard approaches you all and speaks in Undercommon. I believe Yvain understands Undercommon, yes?
Yes, she does.
The words come forward, and this individual says, "You are in the lands of Emberhold, held by its great king. State your business."
She will translate to everyone else what has been said.
His attention turns to you as he realizes you understand. You're the translator.
And then she'll throw off Ember. How would you like me to address him?
We've come to seek an audience with your king.
And Yvain translates.
Yeah, and we'll assume henceforth that there's a translation that occurs to you, Yvain. Excellent. He will look at you with scorn. He says, "Who are you to demand an audience from the King of Embers?"
I am a vizier of the city of Brass, and I am an emissary for Lord Estrix.
Interesting. He definitely looks caught by surprise. He did not expect that response. He also looks with an understanding. He says, "You come on behalf of the city of Brass."
It is the place that my master is from. I come at his behest. So, yes, I am a servant of the city of Brass.
On what reason do you approach our fair city, surfacer?
I seek counsel with your king. And the nature of that counsel is above you and your station. Your king does not share with you all of his private wills and choices, does he? You simply do as you're told, as do I. I have a message, I will see it delivered.
He looks around at his men, he kind of relays what you said, and they chuckle. He will look to his caster, give him a nod. And the caster's going to look at you with like just whites inside, no pupils. And he's going to attempt to invade your mind.
Counterspell.
Roll initiative.
Sure.
I will say the spell is canceled. You succeed in that. But yeah, definitely combat.
22.
All right, I gotta put my guys on the board. I gotta put you guys on the board too. Works like, oh, here we go. oh, shite.
And not because she doesn't trust that Ember can't overcome the spell, but because keep your grubby bits off.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, no, none of this mind reading thing. Like, no.
And actually, this works just fine. Because the exact response that you would expect from an emissary of an Efreet lord would be exactly this.
Um,
You want to be
that was
rude.
pretty
Fine.
disrespectful.
as a matter of interest to, I think, you all at this point, if anyone would be interested to make an insight check, just based on this interaction while I'm pulling my stuff up, as to just like these guys and like how what you can something of what you can expect from them. Give me the
Hey, Ryan.
Yes.
Nat 20.
Very nice. Oh, on the inside?
Yes.
Hell
I mean,
yeah.
for a total of 28, but Nat 20.
Yeah, Yvain
Just-
only got a 25.
Understood. Okay, so there's something. The reason why anyone knows anything about Emberhold is because Vox Machina was here, and you consider what Vox Machina did when they came. And you uniquely, as people often struggle to do, is see things from you put yourself in their shoes, right? These guys, however good or evil they were in their eyes probably minding their business, and then suddenly 7 dudes showed up, set their entire city on fire, bypassed all their defenses via teleportation, assassinated their royals, and left. You get the sense that
They're twitchy.
probably that probably leaves a cultural scar. That probably leaves a cultural trauma in their society. You get the sense that you would be amazed if they ever forgot that and didn't do something about that in their culture. And it leads you to believe that whether they believed Ember was a member of the emissary or not, they would have just simply probably considered it in poor taste that they sent a surfacer and killed him in. So this wasn't going to go well no matter what.
Oh no, Kiro does not blame their paranoia. She completely understands that. No, it was the we are cool, we are fine. I don't have to say anything. You guys can play diplomacy however long you want. As soon as you fire across the line, it's game on.
Yeah. And of course, that it being their lands, they feel entitled to read the mind of whoever the fuck they want. They're like, we're the law. Do you want to come into our house? We're gonna check your brain.
No.
So, but you guys said no, and so we fighting. It's all good.
And them is literally fighting words.
Yeah. I will also say this: you get this. I'm gonna say you get the spell off successfully because the guy like gave a nod, and you saw the like focus there, and you knew something was up, so you cast it. But there was no verbal somatic components. Like this was a psionically cast spell, which does not require components. So while it worked, you could certainly be aware that at least at some portion they are psionically capable. Boy, there's a lot of these bad guys. Oh no. Okay. And there's a lot of bad guys. And where are these fucking dudes?
Okay, I got some rolling to do. First and foremost, Under Horic. You know what? I'm gonna tell you guys what. If it's all the same for you, especially to help expedite this thing, I'm gonna say the Duergar go all at once. They'll just get a turn, especially considering they're commanded by a warlord, so the warlord will just roll for their own initiative. Didn't say that he rolled well for their initiative. I just said okay. Give me. Mr. We're not on a boat anymore. I don't need that. Okay. I need. It's hot in this room. And almost there. Sorry, guys. One more to go. Let's take it. Oh. Got it. Okay, let's get to it. Who rolled a 20 or above? Kira.
Hero rolled a 22.
22,
Hey, that's what
fantastic.
Dresden rolled.
Cool, who want to go first?
Dreisman for sure has the higher dex. And
Fair enough. Who rolled a 15 or above? Okay, bunch of my guys did. We got over here. Who rolled a 10 or above?
13.
Thank you. You have the higher dice. You just do. Ember, how'd you do?
7.
Understood. Okay, we have a little battle music going and we're good to go. Bow, chicka, wow, wow. All right, Drycerin, you are up. It's time to duel. Your party said nuh-uh, and it's time for you to fight.
Well, gonna activate Elemental Attunement. And
Nice.
Dresden's gonna start flying. Up into
Whoa.
because that's how that works now.
All right.
Where does she wanna? Okay. To the left, like in front of Ember, and where the gap between the big monster and the one in its tamer and the rest of the people, can she get like kind of there?
Okay. I'm gonna try and interpret that. Where? Like over here somewhere?
That also works, but bring it back like 10 feet.
Okay, something like that.
Yeah.
All right, 40 feet forward.
And then she is going to, at the big group to her side, open her mouth and just spit some lightning at them.
Spit some lightning at them. Fair enough. Okay.
A 15-foot cone from her mouth.
All right, you're getting 2 guys in that cone.
Still. They need to
You
make
can,
a...
you can adjust if you want to try and get more people.
Sure.
You can get 3 if you make it over here.
We'll do that.
All right.
It's a DC
Cool.
18 Dex saving throw for them.
Dex save. Here we go. Save, dex save, dex save. Who do we got? What's the saving throw? What's the DC?
18.
8. Woo! All right. Let's see. That's gonna be a failure. Yeah. Duergar needs to roll this one. 6. Okay. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna just check something here real quick. As you do this, the front guy who was talking to you all, you see a little like barely visible sort of like alteration in like the light spectrum, which you interpret as like psionics, and it kind of just ever so slightly shields the caster behind him, and he will be the only one who succeeds a saving throw. But this guy seems to like, you see a twinge of psychic damage.
They take half on success.
Understood.
So, and I rolled 25 points of lightning damage.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I got a 10, a 9, and a 6.
25. And this guy succeeds, so he'll get the 12. All right, well done.
And then Drystone's gonna... It's fine. Continue past them and go hit the bird guy.
All right, so
Well,
you used 40
hit the
feet of
bird guy's
speed.
tamer.
Sure.
40.
So you
she has
used 40
60,
feet.
so she has 20 more.
Got it. So you 20 over to here, and the bird guy's tamer is right there. Go for it.
Nice. Uh, 24 to hit.
24 will certainly hit. Roll some damage.
10 lightning. I'm going to make him do a con saving throw for stunning strike.
Understood. That's gonna be 17 to save.
Just saves. I think it's
Just
16
saves.
right now.
Understood.
And then I'm going to spend one more key point for Fury of Blows.
Okay.
18 to hit.
18 will hit. Roll some damage. Just hits.
12 lightning.
12 lightning.
20 to hit.
20 hits. Roll some damage.
Another 12.
12. And yeah, the tamer is super blind at this point.
Oh, she had one more after that because she gets 3 for her stuff now.
Cool.
Which is a 23 to hit.
And this person is dead. They could not survive no matter what you did.
That's
Down
funny
they
because I
go.
just rolled max damage.
There you go. So yeah, you do that blast, and as they're recovering, you move over and just like a barrage of lightning strikes as fast as anyone's seen. The person was just not ready for this level of speed and kickoff for the battle, and is defeated. Well
and
done.
then Drystern's turn.
All right, that'll bring us to Kiro's turn. Kiro, you're up.
far away is she from Old Magi? Or Caster, whatever they decide to call them down here.
That fella, Pastor is 45 feet.
Can she? Ooh, she has a new shield. Oh, this is so great. Can she move her? She has 30 feet. Can she move her 30 feet to start closing in on them? Because it's the caster and then the like general dude standing in front of him, right?
There's, sorry, say that again?
So the caster, is he still standing by himself, or are they still? Is the general dude still standing with him?
He's generally behind the other three.
Can she move her 30 feet towards them because she's gonna get towards them eventually?
Sure.
But can she try out her new boomerang shield and throw it at them since she's not quite there yet?
Sure, absolutely. I'm going to give him a little. You're 5 feet away from any bad guys on the front line. I'll give him half cover just because he's got some friends in front of him. But yeah, give it a throw. He'll get a +2 to his AC.
Sorry, I was trying to see if I had a plus to any hit with this. I crit on a 19. That's fun.
Wow. Okay, go ahead, take the crit. Hell yeah.
I really am Captain America. Yay. Um, 6. Okay. Oh. So that's max damage. 12 points of slashing damage. Yeah, 12 points of slashing damage.
Very impressive. All right, this you're just right through, hits the guy in the head. That hurt him pretty bad. Your shield returns to your hand, and he kind of like hisses at you with needle-point sharp teeth.
Does he happen to be concentrating on anything presently?
No, you counterspelled him, dude.
Oh, that's right. Okay, fine. It's okay. Okay. Bonus action. I don't think I can do anything. I can't. No. Oh, bonus action. After the shield comes back to her, she'll summon her trident, so she has that.
All right, cool. As a reminder, trident. Oh, it's a versatile.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if she, so the shield for some reason doesn't pop up on her weapons list to like attack with. It's just in her inventory. But if she needs to, she can put it back on her back. I just don't know what kind of action that is.
So generally speaking, though it is considered a weapon, I'm probably still going to abide by the usual shield rules, which is an action to equip.
Okay.
But you can put it away as a free action, easy enough.
I mean, if she can hold the trident in one hand, she'll just do that for now. If she needs to, she'll put it away later. But no, that's what she'll do, since she's kind of put herself in no man's land a little bit.
No worries at all. This hook tor, seeing the death of its tainer, goes roars angrily at you, Drystrin, and has the reach to just attack you right where you're standing. And it's just going to swing at you with these like razor sharp hook-like growths growing out the end of its arm. Just like attacks you in a frenzy for that. That one's probably not going to hit with a 14.
Nah.
Ooh, that one probably will though with a 26.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that is going to be
I'm gonna try and redirect
damage.
it.
It's gonna be 7 damage.
Do I need to redirect it?
And you
I'm gonna
are
examine it on the chin.
sorry?
I'm debating if I should redirect it or not.
Alright, we'll make
I
the
was
decision.
going
It's a
to before
reaction.
you. I know.
Gotta be speedy.
Yes.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Yes.
1. Yes?
Okay,
Okay,
I'm
okay,
trying.
got it. Okay, got it.
I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Well, it automatically blocks 15, and then I rolled 8.
He missed. You block it. No problem.
Cool. If I reduce the damage, I'm gonna redeflect it back at him, and he has to make
Okay.
a Dex 16 saving throw.
Oh, you're totally
Alright.
doing a stop hitting yourself. That's
Yeah.
fantastic.
He rolls exactly a 16 on the dice, unfortunately. So you redirect and it swings wide and you trip. We'll say that the problem is like you're not sure how all the joints on this thing work just yet, because it's such a fucked up body. And while it swings kind of wide, it doesn't quite clip itself. Maybe it like scratches his back against the shell. It doesn't actually hurt him. But he'll screech and just enter into full 5-foot melee with you, in just like like you're blocking, you're doing your thing, but he's like on the offensive, like charging you. This one's like, go on, boy, and the other thing goes, and is going to bucket charge Kiro. Why not? Actually, we're not charging Kiro. Fuck Kiro. Kiro's in the front. We're charging Ember. Let's go get that guy. So he's gonna make his way over to here, and he's gonna send his hooks in your direction, my friend. Hook number 1. That one is going to be a 25 to hit.
That hits.
That one is going to be 14 points of piercing damage as the hook drives into your shoulder, and then he pulls back with his hook and drags you into 5 feet of him, and then attacks again. That one will probably miss to the 10.
That will miss. I would like him to make a DC 19 dexterity save.
All right, we'll wish him good luck because he fails with a nat 1.
Fantastic. 15 and 2. That's 15 points of fire damage.
Fire it shoots up in. I go squawk. I'm very happy with my hook horror noises that they just squawk. But yeah, you blast him with heat and it screeches angrily and in pain. Well done. That will then bring us to Horik, who in this moment is finally drawn his hand crossbows. He's like, "Oh, it's working!" And he will pull those out, and he's gonna make 3 hand crossbow attacks. He's gonna just bonus action take the steady aim action, and he's just gonna fire on, giving himself advantage on this first strike. That is going to be a hit. Well done, Horik. We'll give him his last 2 attacks as well. Get those out of the way. Those will both hit as well. Well done, Horik. No, he's grown up so much. I'm so proud of him. I'll just roll all his dice at once. So that's gonna be 2, 1, 4, 2. Oh, better, literally. 6, 10, and then he also gets his snake attack, which is much better. 13 additional points of damage. And that will be our good pal Hunter Horik. Bringing us to, you hear something slide in the back of the rooms. You hear, and you're going to see these massive lizard-like creatures with 6 legs and blue scales come crawling out of their cages at great speed as you're going to be attacked by the basilisks. They're not very fast, though. They're like big balls of stone, really. This guy's going to make his way out. He'll be about here. Same with over here. These guys will all push out to over. These guys will go into a full dash. I'll give them the 20. They're fully running down the lane. and then this guy will just be in the back. Not too worried about them. However, yeah, baby. Could you make me a Constitution saving throw, Dreister?
20.
20. You begin to feel your your scales. Like you look into the eyes of this creature that glow like almost like a turquoise-like icy blue. And the more you stare into your eyes, you literally begin to feel your bones stiffen, and you feel like you almost like look down at your forearm and you see some of your scales begin to become stone at the tip, and you kind of pull your eyes away and like flex your arm and break the stone, and you resist. But yeah, these things, the stare of these things are pretty powerful. Well, you know what? Fuck it. This guy will dash 20 feet forward, and I'll need you to make a con save. Again, Dreister. Another one.
Well, that one's a nat 20, so how do you feel about that?
Oh, then it doesn't work. That's how I feel about that. It doesn't work. I forgot that they could just dash in bonus action. Okay. Them's the basilisks. That'll bring us to Yvain and Hap. Yvain, what's the plan?
Oh. That's a big, ugly duck construct in front of me, isn't it? How tall are these things?
They're pretty fucking. They're like 12 feet tall, I think. I can give you an exact. They're like they're like 14 feet tall, but they've got like a hunch. So at not even at full height, they're 14 feet tall.
Ooh.
So they're big boys. They're big fucking guys.
And then the lizards are on the ground somewhere.
Yeah, they're largely over here. And to be clear, I don't think you know what just happened to Drystrom. It was subtle enough that I don't think you would have any understanding. They seem to just be like these slow, stony lizard-like creatures that are crawling over to Drystrom.
Okay. Well, I don't love any of this.
That's fair.
So I am going to bonus action wings and go up and diagonally back about 20 feet. I want to be out of this dude's range.
Got it.
Yeah.
I feel like that because the ceiling is a little low. Awesome. It opens up when you get into the cavern, but here at the mouth of the cave, that's probably the height you can get to. But yeah, you're definitely out of the back of its range, for sure.
And then, did you say there were a lot? Like, I'm not asking about the specific. Were there a lot of lizard things coming out?
There was only the two from the right that are slowly crawling towards Dryspring. There's a couple more on the bridge that are a ways away.
Okay.
They'll probably need like a round or two before they can actually get to you guys.
I was contemplating something that we don't need a plant growth right here because we don't have that many of them. Who's been hurt?
The ground is somewhat on fire.
Yeah, it would probably burn up pretty quickly, huh?
Might not be the most sustainable place for thick foliage, unfortunately.
Oh shit! Has anyone been hurt? Then.
I think Ember took a little bit of damage, but no one's significant.
It's fine. It's not necessary yet.
Yeah. No one's
what about our enemies? Have any of them been significantly hurt?
Dryspring's already killed one. The caster took some damage. Ember
all right. You know what?
This first guy.
I'll throw the caster in third level moonbeam.
Dang. Alrighty then. Alrighty then.
And I think that's what I can do.
Okay, then that will bring us to their turn. Let's get that out of the way. Con save, I believe?
Yes. 20.
Well, he fails. Go and roll damage.
Give me a quick moment. I'm gonna grab my phone to find the thing. Go back. Sorry, I know this is really awkward.
No, you're good. It's all good.
No, I did it at 3rd level. There we go. Oh, that's embarrassing. I rolled 3 ones for 3 points of damage.
Oh no! 3 points of damage, singeing, unfortunately, but not nearly enough to truly do harm, unfortunately. But the guy's pretty beat up at this point, is worth putting out there. I'm going to surprise you all, but he's going to step out of the moonbeam now, because that hurt a lot. Yep, we're gonna slide to the right. And as he slides to the right, let's start with him. Make an intelligence saving throw, Kira.
So, funny story, is that Kiro rolled a nat 1, but when we leveled up, I foresaw this coming, so I took Mage Slayer. So, she's gonna use her 1 use of Guarded Mind to succeed instead.
So tell me about Guarded Mind. Does it have to work against a spell?
No, it says if you fail in Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma saving throw, you can cause yourself to succeed instead, and then I don't get another use until I finish a short or long rest.
That's disgusting. That's crazy. Well done.
Is why I took it for this moment.
All right. And then I think he's just going to spitefully throw you a mind poisoning dagger. He doesn't actually throw anything. He just, you perceive what looks to be like a blackish, like deep violet purple, like spike come out of his forehead and fire at you. It misses, fortunately. You're like, "Huh!" and get out of the way. And then he is going to do something very funny. He is going to shrink. So much so that he disappears behind the lip of the rock face here, at least prospectively. And you see the little guy running away. Yeah, fuck it. He's around. Oh, wait, actually, I gotta reduce that. Because he, he could have stepped back here. No, it's too much. Okay. He'll be about here, hiding behind that. So yeah, you see him go, and to be clear, he doesn't, like, literally shrink. It's almost like he becomes a ghost, and then he's small, and then a ghost, and then he's smaller. It's almost like, you know those Russian eggs that you take apart? It's almost like you're seeing him. Yeah, it's almost like you're seeing that, except that rather than opening the top one and then taking out the smaller one, the top one kind of like becomes ghostly and then disappears. So you see him like, it becomes ghostly and he's smaller, then ghostly and he's smaller, then ghostly and he's smaller. And then you just see running out from behind the lip of the rock, which would be, for a normal person, just like a step. You see him going, and run away.
This place is fucking.
As for these guys, let's do something completely different. They're going to become very large instead. Oh, they're not going to die. No. They go, bada. They do the exact same thing, but in the reverse, where you see like this larger side of them begin to phase in, and then phase in, until they're large-sized creatures, each and every one. And I will say they were standing weirdly apart from one another. There was like a weird 3 to 5 feet between each other, and you're like, it's kind of weird. You understand why now, because now they're shoulder to shoulder in a perfect phalanx. And they do bring their shields up and go and enter a phalanx. Oh, wow. That's crazy. You are going to hear the main war guy call back. He's going to say something along the lines of, like, did you get it? And then the little guy is going to go, their mines are defended! We must retreat! And the main warlord in Undercommon is going to say, to Emberhold! This all happens in Undercommon, so only Yvain interprets this. She can always share that information on her turn. But for the time being, they're going to become very big. I'm going to say, though, that this fella is going to have became big not within 5 feet of you. This guy's kind of not gonna... fuck it. Yeah, they'll do like a little of this action. They gotta walk around the moonbeam now. Big Boss is going to... What are we doing, big guy? What are we doing, Big Boss? Oh, fuck. Sorry, I'm fucking this turn up. I apologize. I'm gonna make him small again just for a second. Because the Warlord is gonna use his... he actually doesn't need to use his action. He calls that out. He says, to Emberhold! And he raises his hammer, a hammer of which you have seen before, the same blocky hammer that you took from the one near Westrun. And he's gonna, at least the same model, if we could call it that. And he points at you guys. The ballistas are gonna go... They're gonna fire off ballista shots at you all. Kira, you're really like, what? Why? But... I'm just a girl. Ironically enough, that guy's only really got a clean shot on you, Yvain, so you're gonna be the first victim.
Y'all are in deep trouble now.
We were in deep trouble if we did anything, alright? 25 to hit Yvain.
That'll hit.
Alrighty then. Ballista damage. Come here, Mr. Ballista. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's not that bad. It's still a full ballista shot, which is cool. That's going to be 17 points of piercing damage, which, flavor-wise, we'll say you survived because you, like, half-dodged it, but it still ripped through your side.
She only takes half damage from stuff that's not magical anyway. She has resistance to piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning.
Dang, alright, you take the half. Oh, fuck, I hate high levels. I hate high level play. Okay, let's see here. Who is next? I've got all these ballistas and someone's name is on each bolt. This chick is gonna step aside. she's gonna step all the way back, in fact, as this guy raises his hammer, because he knows what's coming. So that's 1, 2, 3 clean shots on Kiro. Alright, Kiro. Double 19s and a natural 1.
None of them hit.
None of them hit. Yeah, Kiro, you just like... Probably just, let's be honest, probably jump out of the way. I mean, I don't know. I can take it. I don't think it works like that with ballistas. You just like, you see the one chick step back, and you're like, come on. Oh, shit! And jump out of the way, and they go, and crash into the space.
Hero does a full burpee. She's standing up.
That's a burpee.
Sorry, and just goes straight to the ground. One push up, comes back up, and the bolts have just gone by.
That's so silly. I love it.
This isn't the first ballista she's dodged. Her mother picks lots of fights.
Yeah, they all aim their ballistas at you, and you go. And they all fucking miss. That's silly. Okay, sweet. With my ballistas complete, there is one last environmental effect we need to consider before I actually start moving Duergar around. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very much like the Beacon of Gondor. the roofs of these buildings suddenly go. Whoever was inside those watchtowers ignites the roofs into massive blazing pyres. And that's it. That's all that happens. These fellows, however, need to go to work. So this guy was within 10 feet of you. You know what? I don't think we're getting big. I don't think it helps us in this particular moment. These two are gonna fall back like that. That person spend 15. This person will spend 15. War leader is gonna move to here, 30 feet. This person's a little pooched, but we're gonna give them dash action. So 10 feet. Or actually, no, we're happy. We're happy. She'll come into the line here. This one will fall back as well. Because we had 10 more feet to spare. And then these two are going to get large and enter into the fountains. And you see them lock shields, and that does mean something. That's not just flavor. The phalanx seems to be pretty well built. Their two shields just like lock together like they were built to. And this guy's got a little more speed. He'll back up a smidge, and for action purposes, this person's turning invisible, and the big boss man over here is going to what we got. He is going to speak out Undercommon and essentially say, like, forward strike! And he's going to use Call to Arms to allow some extra attacks. Both of these fellows, both of these hook horrors are going to attack. So this one's for you, Dragstream. Ooh, that comes out to a 26. That is going to be... it's going to be 8 points of damage. He's going to knock you back 5 feet. Same for you, Kiros. Oh, no, sorry, this is for you, Ember. This one is going to be 19 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. And that's going to be 15 points of piercing damage, and he'll knock you back 5 feet. Notably, both of you are still in range. Is there anyone else I could give the extra attack to? No, seems to be the answer. Oh shit, this person's dashing. Forgot about you. This person dashes. Doesn't quite enter the phalanx, but nonetheless is working backwards. We'll become big though. Sure, we'll become big and enter the phalanx, because why not? And this person is going to prepare for the fallback. Okay, here's something interesting we haven't seen before. Amongst them, you didn't notice them before, but you're going to see Duergar riding these very strange spiders. And they like on the reins, the spiders go along the wall of the riders. Wait for a Zaplock load. Come on now, Mr. Skeeter. Sorry. Stat block's taking forever to load. Okay, the Beyond is scanning. Okay, they're gonna crawl along the wall, 30 feet. Over to here. Oh. Launch up's tripled. Okay, so it sprang to the wall over here. This one is gonna do the same thing. Make it over to here and up. And they're both going to throw a web down. Actually, we can't really see anybody, so you know what? We're gonna hold an action. You see there, he kind of... Oh, and they turn invisible. I forgot to do that. So these guys turn invisible, and you see them crawling along the wall and just kind of seemingly starting with the Duergar, and then both of them vanish. And with that, we will end our session. And next week, we will continue this fight. Cool, got the initiative. All right. All right.